Hey, hello. Hello. That feels weird. I moved the mic away to test out if I could, maybe move it away a little bit from my mouth. I don't know. It seems to work, but I have the feeling that I need to yell. Do I need to yell? I don't know. We maybe I need to yell. Hello. Hey, hello. I don't know if I said that. Do am I gonna move the mic closer? I tested it out. Here's the thing: like I tested it out a couple times just by capturing the stream, not by live streaming, by capturing it and then listening. I was like, yeah, sure, that works. That sounds okay. A little bit like softer, but still like doable. It could be a little bit louder though. I feel like I need to speak way louder now. Fuck me. Shit. Well, let's do it. Oh no, that's too loud. Hello. Maybe that's better. Just a little bit like that. A little bit like that. A little bit in between. Maybe that's better. Is it better though? Yes. The thing is always it should be like in the yellow. It shouldn't be in the green. Green is okay, but that's too soft. Yellow, it's a mixer thing. It's OBS for the people that use OBS. I like it when it's like spot on, like in 33 or like 50% in the yellow. No red though. Don't want any red in the sound volume. No, don't want any red. That's dangerous. That's very dangerous. Why did I start this stream? I don't know. I have doubts now. Doubts. Let's just see how it goes. Uh, it should be fine. It should be fine. It should be fine. Let's see. It's Monday, and I have a vacation, and the stream is on. The mic is there. This is okay. I was just checking. Like the mic is somewhat like bothering me, like here and there when it's like right in my face. But now the thing that I kind of like it when it's like in my face is because this thing just covers up my beard, and I don't like what's going on below. Now I start to notice it. And I'm like, dude, you need to shave a little bit better. I just put some oil in it or some cream because my skin is dry. For the people that want to know. For the people that want to know. Let's close this because I don't want that to show up soon. So listen up. Listen up. I got my tea, by the way. We need to check like if everything is in order. A lot is going on. A lot is going on. Hey, Mac. Key. How are you doing? And how's the streaming going? I've noticing that you have been streaming like here and there. Some Valorant and what was the last game that I saw? I think it was Valorant again. How are you doing? You're doing good? Nice. So yesterday we finished Metro Dread. Yesterday I was a very moody person. Like holy shit, man. I was, swearing, like saying fucks, like quite a lot. That game was getting on my nerves. I don't know what it is. And still thinking about like Metroid Dread. A good game, but when I measured it up to other Metroid games, I'm like, no, not really. Like, I'm again, I'm very curious, like how people will look at it, like after a couple months. Uh, Not saying it is a bad game, but compared to other Metroid games, I don't know, like where it ranks up. Good game. Not saying it's a bad game, but some parts very frustrating. I wasn't specifically looking for like what other people were thinking about that game, but I do see some similar concerns floating around where people go like, "Yeah, man, this is game of the year," but also people saying, "Well, the map is kind of not that great," or not really enjoying like the boss fights or like finding that the boss fights were too difficult. I thought the boss fights were kind of okay-ish. That's not my biggest concern, but the map thing. Okay, so we finished Metroid Dread. Not gonna linger too long on Metroid Dread. Think happy thoughts. Metroid Dread is fine game. But some things like holy moly, they struck a nerve. But we finished that, and there's this one other game that I still need to finish. Right? That's Black Mesa. We will do that probably this week. But yesterday I mentioned that I'm not really like in a creative mood, and I've been in that mood, like not feeling creative at all, for a long while. Busy with work, stress, other things, having to deal with other things, pandemic, and whatever. So I was actually thinking maybe I need to do something else. Maybe I'm gonna do something else. Start a coffee bar. Yes, a cat cafe. No, that's terrible. Like me and cats don't. I like cats, but me and cats, no. So I am not in the mood to play a game. So I was like, maybe I just need to do a little bit of creative, like something creative, and just do a little thing. I will go into detail about the cats thing because I feel like I haven't talked enough about the cats, and otherwise people will probably think I hate cats. I don't hate cats, but I will explain that in just a minute. Um, but I was thinking, let's try something out. I don't hate cats. Let's try something out. I'm not in a creative mood, but one thing that I like to do is make prototypes. I like making games. And I think it must have been almost like a year ago when we made that chicken game for Twitch chat. And that was fun, but very chaotic. What I want to do, I want to make, let's be clear on this. I've been thinking about this like since yesterday, and since this morning I went on a run as well. And I was thinking, I need to test something out. What I'm gonna test out, we, uh, mostly I, will make a game, and I decided on making a top-down Zelda game. Let's make a Zelda clone, and let's get inspired by the first Zelda on the NES and make something very similar to that. And we're gonna do that in Construct 2, and there are a couple rules. We're gonna test it out, see how it works, because I just put some time in testing it out. The thing though is with development, normally you need to switch around between Construct and like Photoshop and like all the other tools, and that makes it so that for streaming it's kind of like an hassle. Also, I would have liked to do Unity and C Sharp, but my knowledge in C Sharp is just like terrible. I would have to like check out too many tutorials. I actually want to like distance myself a little bit from Construct 2, but I know how to work in Construct 2, so that's why I decided in Construct 2. There are a couple things. To properly capture it, I need to capture my monitor instead of a game window. So this stream is just preparation phase. Preparation phase, and we will just probably start, but it's preparation. We need to do this good start, and then from there, fuck around, just see how it goes. I haven't forgot about the cat story though. I will go to that. I am gonna try to make a Zelda type of game. Let's call it a Zelda clone. Top down, kind of very similar. It's gonna be very similar on the NES. What I'm gonna do, I got my other monitor here. We're gonna draw some stuff out on stuff that we need to build. Probably things that we need to build. What we're gonna do is probably build like the foundation of that game and then maybe see how it goes. And I need to be sure, because with the chicken game there was chaos. I need to make sure that what I'm doing, it's not gonna turn into like a big thing. No, focus, focus, because of what I want to try and do. And let's see how it goes. Again, let's see how it goes, because I'm not streaming like full time. I want this prototype to be done within a month. We're gonna make a list, just like the chicken game, of things that we need to build. We're gonna build a very simple game. It's gonna be similar to Zelda. And I was thinking, well, probably I will do some stuff on the stream and do some stuff off stream. But I need to, I'm in that mood again. Like, I haven't felt like very creative like in the last, let's say, two years, but especially like the last 6 months. I feel like I need to build something. So that's why let's just create. Let's create. I need to build something, and we're gonna. My current thought is we're gonna build a prototype. We're gonna stick to just like, let's call it like a gray box, just block out, just gonna use squares, nothing fancy, no art. Because we still have the stream, the pixel art stream challenge thing going on. And maybe everything is gonna align together and we will make at some point pixel art for this. But we're gonna focus on building the functionality of a Zelda game. I thought that might be fun. And I hope that kind of will, help me out on actually building something again, because it's been gnawing on me. It feels like a long while since I actually built something, and I've been drawing like here and there, but it's not really there. So we're gonna build a Zelda clone. We're gonna keep it very simple. I think I will try my best to stick as close as how that game works. And I'm gonna try and draw some stuff out just to show you what I have in mind. We're gonna work on it for like a month, and within a month or after a month, we are gonna decide, is this worth like continuing, or are we gonna, the nice thing would be if like, hey, just don't care when it's done, just put it on, how could I forget the name of the site? I was just thinking about it. Not on Steam, on the other one. Holy shit. Not the Epic Game Store. How is the storefront called? I completely forgot. I'm blanking on the site. No, not Steam. Not Steam, not the Epic, with all the indie games. Holy moly. itch.io. itch.io. That's the one. It's a weird name. On itch. I already have some like stupid game prototypes on there, and I just want to put something on there again. So that's our goal. So we need to keep it simple. So I will be like cutting stuff away. And also I just want to test out, like, see if this is actually fun to do on the stream, or there's one like personal thing is that I just get a little bit like anxious about it. We have done it before on stream, but especially with the art. But I hope like building something on the stream will probably help, or hopefully help me out a little bit with the anxiety of like building something and people watching me build something. So let's just see how it goes. It's on Monday. Maybe after today I will just say like, nope. So here's the cat story. I don't hate cats. I think cats are fantastic. Sadly, I have cat allergies. Although my assumption is I have cat allergies. Never tested it out. I will probably do a test next year before the summer, because I also need to test out like my hay fever allergies and other stuff as well. Again, I have a little bit of a cold, but I don't know for sure if that's like allergy related. I've probably cat allergies, and let me tell you why I think I have that. So it was a trip to it was I think it was in 2011. It was a trip to I think we were in Tokyo, and we decided with a couple of friends like, hey, let's go to a cat cafe, because that sounds fun to do. Cats are awesome, and before that, I didn't know I had some allergies, or I would have a reaction from cats, or just like animals in general. And so we went there, and place filled with cats, like let's say like 8 or 9 cats just walking around. And I remember sitting on the floor, and I might have told this before on the stream, but I remember sitting on the floor playing around with the cats, and we were there maybe for like an hour or so. But over the span of like sitting there in a room filled with the cats, it's just my eyes started to itch, and like started to turn a little bit like red, and just got like my nose a little bit like sniffles, itchy, and it was like fine. Although if I look at the pictures, you kind of see it on my face. But the thing that happened afterwards was more like the whole day, just constant sneezing, like runny nose, constant sneezing, itchy eyes, like everything was kind of like burning. It's that itch where you constantly want to rub your eyes, but like I shouldn't do that. But it was like, oh my god, I need to touch my eyes. I need to. Well, it was terrible. And I don't blame the cats. I'm blaming the allergies. I don't blame the cats, but it's just not working out, sadly. I like cats, but that was just like, no. And it wasn't just a singular situation, like a singular event. It also happened like later on, like a friend had a cat, and like we were at a party, and the couch was just filled with cat hair, and I was just sitting there like, my god, like tears from my eyes, and just like a runny nose again. I was like, no man, like I need to go, I need to go, I need to go. And it's just not cats though, it's also horses. Horses are even worse. It's not really about the hair, it's about the, I don't know, like the like there's like certain particles. So I was in a uh, you know like a horse in a wagon, sitting there with colleagues. It was a thing to just go outside, and just sitting in the back, and like the wind was blowing like in the wagon, and the horse at the front. And it was the same deal, but it was like 10 times worse, because the wind was like my feeling was like the wind was just blowing everything in my face, and it was actually terrible. It was really terrible. Like terrible, absolutely terrible. Yes, animals are fun. uh Man, same way, but after spending some time with animals, you get more used to it. It won't bother you that much. This is with dogs and cows. Yeah. So that's why I always hesitant to get a pet again. And the funny thing is, I think it's not something that I had for always had, but it's just something, poof, it happened. Uh, so that's about the cats and the horses. Again, this might be just weird, like this stream. I don't know why I commit to something like this. Again, that's why I say we're gonna test it out and see if it's fun to do. Because just don't want to play a game right now. So now the tricky part is I have Construct already open, and I have Photoshop open, and first, what I'm gonna do is I need to switch over to this one. And now the tricky part starts because I need to capture my display. And if there's one thing that you never should do is capture your display. There's not a lot of private stuff on this PC. It's somewhat new, but it's just not advisable. And I do have another PC. If this works out, I will get the other PC and make that so that PC is like very suitable for doing stuff like this. But I just don't like the idea of something maybe popping up like an email, or I don't know, like my browser opening up and showing my bank details. Like, I know that's not gonna happen, but that's not working out, or that's not easy. But I just need to do this because yeah, no, monitor capture is just not ideal. Let's turn on some music because I'm gonna chill out. I hope now the music is gonna play. Let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet. But let's have some lo-fi music on. Not wearing headphones, so maybe that's fine. Also, this is a good test if I am able to draw on a stream as well. I haven't done it before. So I got something like here, and what might be useful? Normally I would just start building something, but I want to do this like proper, you know. So let's just is there a game development topic, or do I need to? Is it good? Okay. Let's call this just a tag, game development. There you go. Update. So again, like, I want to keep it very simple. And normally I wouldn't like draw it out in Photoshop, but I think I would probably like more write it down in a notepad and just do it like that. This is also gonna be a good test because I want to draw something, but I need to look down. So also let me know if the mic is actually okay, because I got a tablet here and I need to look down. So I might not talk that well in a mic. Let's see, what do we have here? So I just got that canvas here, and what I want to do, it's good to think about like what normally I would just start in construct, but there's already like if I'm gonna make a Zelda game, the thing is we got, and this is just gonna be fantastic art, by the way. It's gonna be fantastic. So I was already thinking like the problem is you got like multiple, and I do wanna. No, I don't like that line. There you go. So the problem is already, I was thinking about, you know how the game is single screen and you only see like this window. I probably should use a different color. Let's just do this. So you got like a single window, and while running today, I don't know for sure what I want to do. If I actually want to do that, like, you know, you simply see this on the screen, and once you move past it like a thing, the camera kind of moves. You know, you see like this scrolling to here. You know, you got that effect like how Zelda walks off screen, and then you see like the stuff like moving, and then you're on that screen. So there's like a clear like line here. Like that could be a thing that we wanna build, but that would be a little bit complicated. But let's say we are gonna do that, because otherwise we have like a free flowing camera, and you would, like, as a player, if I move here, you would kind of see, let's just use like a blue, you would kind of see like this as a window as well. So that might mean that we need to you know, have some art there on the corners as well. Or we need to build like a system that kind of limits the, you know, the camera so that it wouldn't be able to get past that specific screen. So it just gets there and it would only be able to move like on the vertical or horizontal and like a vertical line. So that's a tricky part. Like, and I do think I want to stick with just a single screen. And once you get past it, you see the player on the other side, and then the, you know, kind of like the enemies get loaded in. That might be like the easiest thing to do. And yeah, I do want to get into detail, like give a little bit of insight on why I'm gonna build something like the way it is, and it probably might change later on. But I think this is maybe like the navigation is maybe the trickiest part right now. Besides the enemies, like enemy design is always a little bit more trickier, but that's just for later. So I think we will stick with the single screen setup, and then move the camera to the other side, and that's it. So no camera that follows the player, or maybe have like a little bit of movement. But I do think I want to make it feel as if it is somewhat like a NES game, right? So the other thing that I was thinking about, like we're gonna build it in construct. And again, I'm not gonna over explain like everything like during when I'm building something, but I do, this is important. Like I need to think about this before I actually build it. So I was thinking like you got all the like the, let's say you got like the level layout. You start here and you got like an entrance there, and you got like this little cave there. And, you know, very unique. So you can go up, down, and then below, and maybe you can go to the left. So the thing that I was thinking about, the from the top of my mind, I should have checked it before, but the overworld of Zelda, I think you're able to place it within a no, it wouldn't be in a 256 by 128 grid. So with that, I mean, you got like the whole overworld, and it's that line is fucked up, and it's like kind of like you know, a lot of rows and columns. I think it might be 128 by 64, but it might also be 2 or 28. I think that might be the size. Like I'm not sure though about that. But that's the like the overworld. And the thing that's important right now is how big is it gonna go? How are we gonna make this world? Because we have like an overworld, and we also gonna make some dungeons. And what is important is if we're gonna make this overworld by 256 by, and now I need a calculator. Let's see if it's see, that's why I don't like to capture the window, but now we're capturing a different window. If it's 256, that's not too, man. That's too much. That's not how big that overworld is. But let's say it is 256 by 128. That means, no, that's not correct, man. Idiot. That would mean there are 32,000 screens, individual, like blocks like that. So that's not, no, that's bullshit. That's not correct, man. You're an idiot. So what would it be if it's 128 times 64? 8,000? No, that doesn't make any sense. Zelda 1 Overworld. How many how many windows are there? Or windows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's difficult to count. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 8 rows by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. It's 8 by 16. That's a little bit less. So let's cross it off the list. So it's what was it again? 8 by 16. You know, that's important. That's important to know. But that's also funny, like how small that overworld actually is. So it's 8 by 16. You know, that's a little bit less. 128. See, that's why I was thinking about 128. So you got 128 screens. Now, by the way, you kind of see my handwriting. Enjoy my handwriting. It's fantastic. So 128. I think you got 128 screens on for the overworld, and I do think that the dungeons, like those level layouts, that they're also around like 128. It kind of fits, like if you have like a square of 120 or a 16 by 16, it fits in there. Why is it? Why am I talking about this? Because it's very important to think about how. I think it's very important to think about like how to set up the overworld, right? Because we need to load it in. Because let's say I think I'm gonna calculate this, but I think if we take a resolution, would it be 256 around like 240? No, let's just use a calculator. That's also an important thing. Like, are we gonna make it widescreen or like 16 by 9, or are we gonna make it 4 by 3? So if we divide that by 4, we get like 480. Let's just remove those numbers. So if we check the resolution, it's 480, and then 2. Yes, that's the one. 256. That's a beautiful arrow. Love it. So that's 480 by 256 if we want to make like a single screen with that pixel size, and I scaled up by 4, then we get somewhat like a good pixel size that's reminiscent to like the NES, in my opinion, but that is 16 by 9, and I think we'll make it 16 by 9. Because otherwise you need to think about like, okay, what's gonna be on the side end, like on the left and the right, to actually make it 4 by 3. We could do it, but it might be tricky. Could do it, might be tricky though. Could do it, might be tricky. Don't want to fuck around with it though, not right now. So why is that important? Because we need to think about, and I already, like, this is going too deep maybe. But if you have, like, how are you gonna load in the screens? Like, you got the individual screens. How tricky? Oh, very tricky. Not impossible. Not impossible, but it would be kind of weird though, because you who has like a 4 by 3 monitor at home right now to actually properly play it then? No one. And otherwise you just get like black bars on the left and the right, which is not like a big issue. Not a big issue, but people will probably complain like, hey, I got, why the black bars? I need all the graphics. I need all the graphics in the world. I need all the pixels. So the thing is that with the overworld, I think I want to stick. I want to keep it simple, right? I'm not gonna make a bigger overworld. Probably make a smaller one. But it's gonna be 16 by 8. So that's then 128 screens. That's a lot, already a lot though. It's already a lot. So we're gonna make a lot of water. Things that you can't like walk over. A lot of water, just a small island. We're gonna make a small island. No. Are you gonna build one single big screen with that has all the screens on it? And that would actually mean, and we're not gonna do that. Like in Construct, you could make a layout that has like that resolution where all those screens would fit in. And now comes the part to show you why that's probably not a smart thing to do. Maybe we do it. I'm not sure yet. But let's just take the 16, 16 on a horizontal line, and let's multiply that by the like the resolution, the 480. That would mean, oh, that doesn't sound like a lot though. See, that would result in a layout that's 7,680 pixels wide. Sounds like a lot, but it's not really like that much though. But I think we're gonna make individual layouts for every screen. But that's kind of like, okay, that's a lot. Why am I talking about this? Because we're gonna build it in Construct, and Construct uses layout. So if I make, let's say, a single screen, that single screen has a layout. That layout we need to give a name. And if we're gonna make a overworld that has a 16 by 8 grid, and as an end result 128 screens, that means we would end up with 128 layouts for each, 128 layouts for each individual screen that we have. That sounds crazy. That sounds bananas. That's not the way to go. But I need to think about that. I need to think about like what a good solution would be. Like, and that's where we need to test out like the performance, See if we can deal with a layout that's how much is it on the vertical line times 8. That's 2000. 0.48 pixels. That doesn't sound like a lot. That doesn't sound like a lot. And the dungeons could be... we might have to test it out first. Let's see like what the performance is if we actually make a layout like that big and you would see like a single screen. It's a lot though. It's a lot though. But I'm here to simplify it and make it easier and not more complicated. I have a tendency to make things more complicated with the thought of like, well, if I build it like this and this might also be possible like later on. And now I kind of want to limit myself and say like, no, if I do it like this is it. And we will work within those limitations. So another thing is just like, why am I thinking about this? It's more about like, okay, if I, I'm gonna use a different color here. Here's a player with a nice hat on, a green hat, like a pointy hat. I need to give the player some eyes. And if the player moves down, like, am I moving down on that big ass layout, or something needs to be triggered here to transport us to that new layout that we need to load in, and we need to think about like how we are gonna do that. There is another way to tackle this, and I might not go into that much detail. It would be possible to have one single screen, so one single layout by 480 by 4 that has a dimension of like 480 by 256. And then every time when we go to a new screen, we just load in the tile set in that layout, so we only have one single one. But there's a lot of limitations by that, because then we need to find out a way like, okay, where are actually like the enemies on this layout, and we need to do a lot of things. I don't know, on feeling like we need to store like data somewhere that says like, this layout, this and this enemy spawns on this and this tile, and that's it. And that would be differently when we actually make a layout with the enemies already on it or with spawn points on it. Pros and cons, the other one would be very nice, but also would make a couple things more complicated. So I will probably go with the individual layouts. I will probably do that. I was also thinking about a different solution, and yes, I was already thinking about this. Let's zoom out a little bit. We could make it easier, and I was thinking, and this is maybe you know, for later, but this is the stuff that keeps me up at night. I was thinking we could also, instead of like having like the usual grid like this, we could make something that just functions as a hub area, and where we have just access to like different sections, instead of like a big brain thinking, indeed. Let's call it that. So we could have like an hub section that is maybe just 16 by 16, as a dimension of 16 by 16. No, that's already like too much. That's bigger than the overworld. 8 by 8, let's say 8 by 8. Have that as the window layout. So an 8 by 8 would mean a layout by 2048 by 2048 in pixel size. And then 8, you know, that's still a lot of screens. 48? No. 72? No. Shit, man. That's the funny thing with me and making games. My math is terrible. 64, of course. No, that's already too big. That's 64 screens. That's too much. Let's just say we could do where you just have like a main hub, and there's an entrance to a new area. And once we get past like a checkpoint, you load in that new area. You see like a brief loading screen, and then you move to the new, like a new section on the overworld. So we chop up the overworld to make it like smaller pieces. That could also be a possibility. The nice thing about it though is that we could actually expand, like if everything goes well, and here it is again, feature creep, let's call it feature creep. We could make it like way bigger than actually than we would want it to be, and we're no longer restricted to the 16 by 8 overworld map. And yeah, that's also like a possibility. I wouldn't mind that. So at that point you would get something more like a Metroid, where you move from one place to another, and that would open up more possibilities. The thing though is, the nice thing about this is, either way we need to make something that will load in a new section of the map. And why this is important is, let's say, you know, there's a lot of things here. I like this stuff. I like the dissecting of like an old game and see like, okay, what does it actually entail to make this? Like how would I make it in construct? And I think like thinking about this is also like applicable to something like Unity. But let's say you got like a big ass like a dungeon, you know. I don't know, this is a silly dungeon. That's a silly, let's just say this is a dungeon. Is this a dungeon though? Maybe. It has pointies on it because it's scary. There you go, and a door. And you need a key. That's a key. Right? That's a key. Let's zoom out, then it looks more like a key. There's the other thing, right? Either way, you need to build something that once we as a player go into a dungeon, we need to load in a new section anyway. And I think we could simplify the overworld by doing something like this, because the way how we load in, let's say, like section 2 is the same way like how we would load in the dungeons as well. Because these dungeons also have like a set grid. I think it's 8x8 or even less than that. Let's see if we can get a Zelda 1 like a dungeon map. Those maps are, how big would those be? 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 1 2 6 7 8. I think those are 6x8. 6x8 dungeon. So you could make, let's say, what if you make every section 8x8 and that's it. You need to deal with the 8x8. It's not going to be bigger. It could be smaller, but it's still like it would remain 8x8. So section 3 is just an 8x8 grid. The main hub is 8x8. And a dungeon is 8x8. And maybe a dungeon has like multiple levels. Because I do, you know, maybe want to change it up a little bit, like things that actually are in Link's Awakening or Link to the Past. You got different levels, but also make those just 8x8. And it's all about like loading in a layout, just a single layout. So if we're gonna do this, let's say you got like 4 areas. Like I want to make a shorter experience. Let's say you got a hub and you got 4 areas. So you got 5 areas. Then you got maybe 4 dungeons. So let's say you end up with 10 different sections within the games. And I'm not talking about like the dungeons with different levels, but let's say you got just like 5 main areas and 4 dungeons. That's it. So 9 or 10 8x8 grids. That means we only have to make 9 or 10 layouts for that grid, and that would make a lot easier. Also, another thing that would be nice is that we are able to, if we want to, change that single screen camera to maybe more like a free flowing camera, because we have like all the screens on the layout. So that would make it easier to change it like later on. I'm here to simplify it, stick to the basics, but also simplify it. And also probably make it very more complicated than it actually has to be. Because that's always my problem. Where's my mouse? I lost the mouse. Let's save. The overworld, I'm talking so much about it, but the overworld is probably like the loading in, loading out, like the loading in, that might be like the one of the more complicated things, but it might also be like one of the simpler things. You know what? I don't know yet. It's probably the most important to think about because that kind of like determines like how the game actually like works and how, you know, all the other stuff is like connected. Because you're talking about like the overworld, but I kind of like the hub system because that would, let's say within a month or when we're done with this and we say like, well, it would be cool to make like another area and to expand on it. That would make it so much easier. That would make it so much easier. I'm already thinking about expanding it, but we're gonna stick to the basics. I don't want to stay too long on this, although this is important. Again, this is important, and I only thought about a few things. There are also a couple things that we need to build. Let's make a list. We need an inventory. We need yeah, well, am I already thinking about like I always avoid like the enemy stuff, but we need to make something like a system, enemy system, item pickups. Oh, item pickups, and we need like single. How would you say? Like single items. Hi, Ick. We're making a game. I think so. I think we're in the planning stages of making a game, and the goal is to make a something like a Zelda clone, like from the NES. And I'm just writing down the things that I need to probably think about, and also things that I need to make. And I'm just gonna go over it. We need to build like a system for the item pickups. We have items that will you be doing the entire process on stream? Probably, unless there's something that's really difficult that would take too much time to do on a stream and that I need to do here and there. But yeah, I just want to test out like if this is a fun thing to do on a stream and if I'm actually able to do this on a stream. So let's see if this is a test. I was you know, here and there playing like the red games. I always say, oh, it would be fun to actually make something like this. Let's just make something like this then. Let's create. But yeah, I think I will do the entire process on the stream. But for now, we're gonna stick to the basics and the functionality of the game, not the visual. We're gonna focus so much on the functionality that at some point it's only a matter of like putting in the art stuff for the most part, and then, you know, fuck around with that more. What we need, like there's some item pickups. We probably have some cool idea. Good to hear that's a cool idea. If it's not, please let me know. Please let me know if this is not a cool idea. So we need item pickups, you know, let's just say like rupees and like health. We need item pickups that just like poof, always spawn. Reoccurring items, let's say like singular. I don't know if that's a word, but let's just say singular items like, hey, this item, you can only pick it up once and that's it. Then it no longer spawns and it's probably like hidden in the dungeon. That's it. Boomerang, one-time get, that's it. Not gonna say there's gonna be a boomerang. Oh, I haven't even talked about the theme of the game yet. That's gonna be an exciting, I also have an idea about that. I will, please remind me later about that. So you got singular items and just like, let's call it just multiple. Just items that are dropped by enemies and refill health. And maybe some sort of like currency. So it's health. And maybe there's a currency. Maybe. There's maybe something else that we also need to pick up. So we need to make like enemy spawns. We also need to make like a couple bosses. Making bosses is a tricky thing. Holy shit, like bosses are tricky. Why? Because you got like different states, like different animations. It's a little bit more tricky than just regular enemies. Somewhat similar, but it's tricky. It's maybe the most. I think for the whole thing, like making the bosses is probably the most daunting thing in my mind. Like we're gonna avoid that for now. Bosses, let's make it multiple bosses. And then bosses seem like the hardest thing to get right in any game. Oh, for sure. And the thing is, like with a boss fight or like a boss, you could make a template for a boss and then adjust that template depending on like the situation, depending on that singular boss. But you probably make an enemy that's only used once. It's basically an enemy that has like multiple states and more things to do. And that kind of makes it more complicated because it's just that needs to work, you know, it needs to react to stuff that you're doing. Or, you know, the Zelda 1 bosses are not that complicated, but still bosses could get out of hand. Yes, could get out of hand. But we'll probably make just something simple. But even the simple thing is gonna be difficult as well. Bosses, we also need to make the player. And then you got like a whole list, like the player movement and player interaction, inventory, items. You need to be able to maybe use some items. Oh my god, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. Let's call it fun. So player, there's just a whole list below the player. Like, okay, you also need to think about that. Inventory, menu stuff. So in Zelda, you got the enemy, like the enemy spawn. I should have made a new list for the enemy behavior and spawning. And also you need to, you know, there's more stuff for enemies, like, okay, drop rate, like what items can I drop, like the amount of health. There are multiple ways to tackle that. It's not something that I will tackle today. I will probably focus on making the player first, and then just like figure out like how to load to a new area. That's like the simplest thing to do. Really, that's the simple thing to do. And a camera. Oh man, if we are gonna make a Nest style like camera that's not like kind of like free flowing. That's a tricky one, trust me. So you got the inventory. Also, the inventory means a lot of things. You need the item pickups, items that don't spawn again. You got the enemies, enemy behavior, enemy spawning. There's also this tricky thing: when does an enemy spawn? When doesn't it spawn? If I clear out a enemy that has been spawned, like when will it respawn? There's a lot of stuff below on that list. But that's probably stuff that I will just come up on the go and not make a list of right now. I think the map, how that works, is like the most important part. So you got the player movement, like where you start. It would also be good to think about like save states and where you can save. Fuck me. Save states, if there's one thing. Like you would think, like why would you think about like saving right now? Saving is a tricky part. Let's just say if you are able to save anywhere in the game, that's a tricky thing to do because you need to save like everything that's going on. Let's just say in the overworld, like you need to save everything, and that's a tricky thing. So for saving, I will probably do the same thing as what Zelda does. You can save anywhere, but you just get spawned at the first area again, and that's it. Or let's just say if we do like the hop thing, there is a area. If you save in that area, you spawn in a safe place within that area. But it's very important to think about saving, and we need to simplify that. Am I missing something? I am missing a lot of things. Let's have a sip of tea, and then I will talk about the team. Which is also important. I don't have... well, no, that's a lie. I was gonna say I don't have a team right now in my mind. The team... I am gonna... I hate the song. I don't hate it. It's just like I listen a lot to this playlist, and the funny thing when you listen to lo-fi, you keep hearing the same songs over and over again. But you know, this is just the way to go. The team, I do have some ideas for the team, but I kind of want to let it go. I want to let that go for now. I'm gonna build a basic functionality. In the back of my mind, I will probably think about like, okay, you know, is this more like Zelda, or is this gonna be more like a... Do you have like close range combat? Is it sword and shield kind of shit, or is it like guns and shields? Like what is the actual gameplay? I don't want to think about that right now. I do have some ideas, but we're gonna focus on the basic functionality, and if that's okay, then we can just expand on that. But for now, I'm just gonna focus on, hey, we're the player, we have a shield and a sword, and that's it. And we will probably stick with that for a while. Because the funny thing is, like, Zelda has also the bow, so if we need to make something that's more like long range, like a weapon, that's like usable. Like that functionality is also usable too when you kind of want to switch around. Like, hey, let's make a weapon as the main, or like a long range kind of weapon as a main primary weapon, and have like something that's more close range as a secondary. Like that doesn't really matter. For the team though, I do want to stick to the pixel art. We're gonna keep it simple. We're gonna do our best to keep it simple. It's probably gonna look like a NES game, maybe a little bit better than that, but that's my main focus. I do have some ideas for a team, but first we're just gonna build the main building blocks that are important, and then from there just see where it goes to. But we're gonna make it very simple. And with that, what I mean with very simple is, let's say you have an enemy in Zelda, or you got Link, or you got another, you got that spikes, like the spikes moving around. It's all tile based, and those tiles are 16 by 16. And I do think I need to check on that though. I do think the sprite of Link is also within a 16 by 16 grid. And we're gonna stick with that. Bosses will be bigger, but the player character would just be like a little person, and that's it. We're gonna not make something high res. We're just gonna stick within a tile grid. Yes, we're gonna do that, and not make it too complicated, because it's already like complicated. Did I say we were gonna make this within a month? We're gonna do our best and get as far as we can within a month. So let's move. Yes, let's save this. I need to save this. We're gonna move away from the drawing. I'm gonna get my keyboard, which is important. How late is it? And we're gonna move over to Construct 2. Very exciting. So let's see how we could do that. I want to wear my sweater. I don't know. Display capture, and then we need to move to 1. Just using like the display capture. Not a fun thing. Not a fun thing, but we need to do that. This is Construct 2. I will do my best to explain everything. No. Let's walk it back. I can't explain everything. I will probably build it and just go over it, but this is not a tutorial. This is not me telling you how to do it. I'm gonna do it, and you know, I hope this is maybe also something useful if you want to learn how to do it, but I can't explain every little thing about like Construct 2. And if there's a question in the chat like, hey, why did you do that? Like, okay, and I don't explain it, then please do let me know. Like that's the thing. Like do let me know if you have a question about something. But again, this is not like a tutorial. I just want to create some stuff. So I do have that open. So let's turn the volume down a little bit of the music. It's maybe very, you know, I can turn down the volume on my end. So this is Construct. Listen up. So I was talking about like the layouts of the like the overworld map. Sounds good on your end. Good. So I already made like a new project called Zelda clone, and there are a couple things that we need to set up. And I was talking earlier about the screen size, and that would be the layout size would be 480 by 256. That means we get this little window here, and this is gonna be a little bit buggy. But here you see is like divided in like squares by 32 by 32. But we're gonna fix that. And actually I do want to make it 8 by 8. But this is yeah, Construct, like I'm using Construct 2, and the problem with Construct 2 is, first of all, it's no longer in like they no longer update it because they released Construct 3, and I don't want to use Construct 3 because I'm stubborn, and also I would have to this is a weird bug always, like I need to set up the grid, but as you can see, like it's just ignoring that input, and it's always like super finicky. This is the only finicky thing with this program. Let me change this, please. 7 by 7. Do you do this? Now it does it. Oh, this one needs to be 8 though now. Why did you change to 7? 9. There's always this little trick. This is gonna be the whole stream. What will you do if I do a 16 by 16 grid? Like, it's a weird thing, like it doesn't always take the input, and then I need to click next to it. Oh my god, Construct, please work with me. Why did I put in 7 and not 8? Enter, click, no. What if I make a new layout? Snap to grid. It's gonna be very important that we have a grid. That's 32 by 32. What if I put this one first? No. Did you change already? What if I put in here 4? Will you change then? See, it's so stubborn about... Please construct. Oh no, is it now 8 by 8? Doesn't look. Are those squares? Yes, finally. We finished. We did it. Let's delete like layout 2. Yes. I'll turn down the volume of construct because it's gonna. It will probably make that sound. Why is construct not in this list? You just have to deal with the window sound. So now we have a 480 by 256 layout size pixels divided in like all the 8 by 8. But when we talk about the tile, this is gonna be turned into a singular tile, and then all the way from there to there. And how is that gonna look like? Let's change the just for the ease of use. Let's change the white to a little bit more like a gray. Ah, that's fine. Let's see if I. Yeah, so this might be a little bit weird. No, let's do it full screen because there's another bug. Okay, let's go over Construct first too. Construct 2, old program. They are working on 3. It's browser-based, cloud-based. Also, there's a desktop version. I don't have any experience with that, and it's like you need to pay like a monthly or like a year on a yearly basis. And Construct 2 was just like pay once and that's it. But since I think since this year they are no longer updating it anymore, and the shitty part about like Construct, since like a year and a half or like 2 years since a Windows update, the program could all sometimes crash a little bit, like it would hang or not respond very well. I do know how to fix it when it occurs, but I only know how to fix it when it's not full screen and just like in a window. But let's just see what happens. Let's call it Zelda clone. So the thing that we have here is just a layout, and this layout is connected to Event Sheet 1, and in Event Sheet 1 that is where we make all like the actions of things that could actually, you know, happen within that layout that has that event sheet. We could also put in more event sheets on a singular layout, but that will happen like later on. What is important, again, this is just a stream to maybe set it up and see if this is doable on the stream. Let's call main game, and it's connected to event sheet. I always like to do event sheet in a main game, and we might need this one later, but test. So we have like the main game, and then we have our layout here of the main game. That's just how it looks. And I'm looking at the list. Also, let's test out something else. We can build like a preview, and a preview is with Node WebKit, so we get like an executable. We could also play this game like in the browser, so that's cool. So let's see if that actually pops up. See, that's a nice thing of like having like the display capture, because this is now the game. Look at this Zelda game, fantastic. So that's the game that shows up on the stream as well. So that's nice. Let's just rename this already. Call this player, and then what we're gonna do is include event sheet here, and we definitely need probably a dictionary, and we need a sprite. And what I'm gonna do is make this sprite 16 by 16. Zoom in a little bit. Again, I'm not gonna make art for now. We're gonna save that all for later. But this is our player sprite. No, it would be better to call sprite and then player. I'll probably change like the naming conventions like later on. Let's have that in the center. Let's place it there. Let's call this MG0. Why it's called MG? I always name like the layers like middle ground, background, top ground, maybe something like that. But just like different. It's just kind of like the different layers as in you have like would have like in Photoshop. Like this item right now, this sprite is now layer on this layer. It's not important. So we include like ES player to the what we need. Maybe make a new subfolder and call it player as well. That is where our objects are. I think most of it is somewhat set up. Project point sampling. Point is imported for pixel art, not imported for now, but it will be imported for later. Pixel rounding off. Yes, we don't need that. Reload sounds, that's all good. Window size is that. That should be this size, to be honest. So then we do this, and how does it actually look like? So now we have the pixel and then that, and if we enlarge it, it looks nice like this. Very nice. What I also want to do, you never go too fast. It is what it is. I would like to make like an event sheet for the debug. Let's test it out. Let's show how this actually works. Like Construct 2, I kind of like it. I prefer, like I do want to move away from Construct, but I make Horizon Indian Construct. And I like it because it's more like visual style programming. Although I've been using like Unity for some stuff as well. And me working in Unity on a stream is not going to happen because I don't know enough about it. And I have to watch tutorials on how to do stuff, and that's gonna make everything like impossible to do on the stream. That's not gonna be fun. But what I was gonna say, I like the way how Construct uses, and the nice thing about Construct is that it definitely helped me out to get a better understanding of like what it entails to make a game and what you need to do. What you need to build, like systems and like the functions and whatever. So how Construct works, let's just show a basic example. Like I added like the keyboard, and I could also let's say you add a mouse. We're not going to use a mouse, but you also saw like the gamepad. These are all standard things that comes with Construct. So input, gamepad, like okay, we need a gamepad and we need to use it. So what that means is when you have like a keyboard here, when we click on it, we get different kind of events. Like what happens when we press a key on the keyboard. So you can select a couple of things, and the things with an arrow is just a singular event. Yeah, let's call it that. It's on key pressed. It's like when a key is pressed, then do this. It is not shown with when the key is down, because that will just happen like every tick, and every tick is just every millisecond. Like within a second, like 60 times, within a second in 60 times it would execute that event, and we don't want that to happen. So let's make a debug thing on key pressed, and then make a key. Let's call it F. When we press F, what we want to do is make the game go full screen. Let's just build this. It's not important right now, but just to show a little bit like how this actually works. We're requesting the full screen, and I think it should be letterbox scale. But what we're gonna do, and it's been a while. It's kind of crazy. It's been a while since I worked in Construct. I think the last time I booted it up was in August. Again, like the last 6 months, I haven't done a lot with building stuff, and I kind of hate it. I needed a time, but I also feel like I need to get back into it. So here's the thing. We got an event on F pressed. We're gonna check if it's full screen, yes or no. So it's just an if and else state. That's basically what we're building here. If it's full screen, then we don't want full screen. If it's not full screen, we wanna if it's full screen, we wanna actually exit out the full screen. Is full screen, cancel full screen. If it's not full screen, we're gonna request a full screen and then slash letterbox. Really important. See, this is one of those things that we didn't write down. So here's the little window, press F. Game is done. That's a funny joke. So will you actually get to write some code yourself, or is it all done to tools like this? It's mostly done with tools like this, but it will get way more complicated. At some point, you will make functions, and functions is like the most important thing. Like methods, functions, that is all it's about, like making systems. And they might seem simple in this style, but they can get really complicated. It's very important to think about like how you set up things up. But yeah, basically this is it. You could write code like in JavaScript. I think there's a way to write code, but you don't really, in my opinion, you don't really need it. If you do want to write code, like something like GameMaker would be better suited, or just like Unity. But once we get into like functions, and I think we will show a function like pretty soon for the player, you will kind of get a sense of like, okay, it's there, but you do need to do some stuff on your own. So speaking of functions, let's just build a function. What I want to do today is maybe just let the player move and see on the time, like, okay, what else happens. But I think it would be important to, yeah, let's have this square move. So the thing is, we could use a behavior that's already like in the game. Like here's a behavior. That's a behavior for that sprite. And there's also some preset things that we could do. So they built something for platform. They built something for like a direction, like for bullets and cars. You could use this, or use, you know, build it your own. But that's gonna be tricky as hell. So stop down. So we're gonna use the A direction. And the nice thing is now this square has like this behavior for the A direction. We can set up some stuff like the maximum speed, like acceleration, decelerations, and like are we able to move like in multiple directions, like 8 or just 4. And also, are we going to set the angle of the sprite? Probably not. No, we're not going to do this, because this box is probably going to end up to be our collision box. Yes. So we have like the 8 direction behavior on it right now. Let's move this a little bit like to here. We do have the like the debug there, and we do have like the player there. So we have included the ES player event sheet. You need to look at the event sheet as a script, similar as in Unity. Just a script. Like, hey, within that script, it says what to do. And the main game has this one included because the player is always in the main game. So it would be wise to do that. You could write like the player behavior in the main game like here. But that would probably be a little bit like too much later on. So when we click on this, we just got an event sheet similar to a script, which would say, hey, if you do this, then this is gonna happen. If you do this, this is gonna happen. So let me show. Am I gonna fuck around with the gamepad right now? No, probably not. Let's just stick with the keyboard. Well, we're gonna make this. You will see. Let's build something that would be obvious from the start. So on key pressed, what we need to do is, of course, we got like WASD for the movement. Let's just stick with that for now. And then I'm gonna put on my sweater. 1 second. My sweater. There you go. Yo. So we added like the behavior to the player. So we have like the player sprite, and I already don't like the sprite player name, because this is not the sprite of the player. Let's just call this the player, and then let's call it CB. That's how I do it. Collision box, because it's just a red square. Let's call that a collision box, and later on we will add like a sprite on top of it instead of there. But here's the thing where things, yeah, let's just say like how you can tackle a couple of things. We added like a behavior to like the player. So now that behavior is in that list because we're gonna make an action. We have like an event on W pressed or A, S or D pressed. And now we can say like what happens when we press that button. And this is all pre-configured. So W is moving up. Let's just do this, and A is left. Why do I actually need to check my keyboard on what direction it actually is? That's kind of funny. And that's down. So we got left, right, down, and up. And this is gonna look fantastic, let me tell you. Because it's not even working. That's how good it is. And why it's not working? Because I'm an idiot. Because pressing 1... let's just see. It's probably been moving. Because it's a trigger event. It's not like something that... If you press W, it needs to be when the key is down. Not the key code when the key is down. Because it needs to, you know, do that over and over again. So WASD. W A S D. There you go. Let's just save it. Let's play it. I fucked up that order. Pressing A is left. Which one did I switch around? S is down. There you go. Video games. And the other annoying part already is like I don't think I want. Oh, could he move diagonally? No. This is definitely not like the walking speed of like Zelda. But now we have this. But that works. But that's just imagine like if you have like a game and you also might want to use a gamepad or have the option between like a keyboard and a gamepad. You're not gonna do this because that would mean we do like, oh, gamepad is this button down? Yes, then do this as well, and then we got like a full list of all these things. So what we want to do is actually build a function, which is just you know, a function, or like a method, as you might call, like in Unity. So with this function we could say how we would call this, player movement. And what we're gonna do is in this function we can compare like a parameter, and we luckily we don't have to deal with a multiplayer game, so we know it's just about one player. We could have like a function called player and then have like a parameter movement. That's just gonna make it more complicated. Let's call it player movement. We could also call it movement, but that doesn't say like who are we moving. So let's check with player movement, and we can change it later on. Then in the 0, we just need to compare this, and then we probably have like we have 4 of them. Up, down, left and right. And what we could do is move these here. Now from here we could call a function called player movement, and we send along like a parameter, and that you know, it could be like up, down, left and right. So let's copy this one. Damn it, why can't I remember? Up, down, up, S is down. Up, down, left, right. Left, right. Up, down. So the nice thing now is we have like a function, and it's just for the player movement. We could also call it something else. Maybe, no, player movement would be good. Like let's say if you have like a jump later on, you collect like a feather, and you have like a jump. We could like add a jump here, but now let's just show it. See, gamepad 1, if the D-pad is up, if you have like keyboard and gamepad, and in Unity this would be a little bit like easier to do, but let's say when the D-pad is up, also move the player up, and then it always, you know, it always calls this one. So we could add sound and all the other stuff like here. Instead of having to do that multiple times, we just call a function that actually deals with it. So let's say we have voice activated movement, we just call a function. And that's where the tricky, that's where the nice thing, that's where nice things start to happen, like with the functions. Like the functions are like key. They are so important because you can send like information along, and then actually also check stuff like within that function. It's very nice. And I know this is just like a simple thing, but that's we're gonna build like a lot of functions, and the functions are very similar in the way how you build it, in my opinion, like when you compare to methods in Unity, C# stuff. So let's just show it. So we, you know, this works again. And I'm not gonna bother about like the movement right now. It's too fast, but you know, this is just for testing. But I got a gamepad here, and I'm pressing up, and see it works as well. Easy. Game development, so simple. I already have a player. It's so simple. No, it's not simple. That's a joke. Don't listen to me. So that's actually also something that you would want to do right here though, right? Not gonna fuck around with that right now. No. I'm enjoying a nice ginger tea, by the way. I think I'm done with the mint tea. But because of like the weather, it's a little bit more cold. Ginger tea with a little bit of lemon in it. Very nice, very nice. If you want to go overboard, you need to add some honey to it as well. Very nice. Lovely. So why is the player movement important right now? That's a good question. Because we need to move the player, right? We could... Well, building the inventory is a little bit more advanced. Like picking up the items. We could build a basic thing for picking up items and thinking about like where to store those items. Or we could mess around with actually like transferring from one layer to another. That's also a complicated thing though. Holy shit. Everything is complicated. Let's set everything up. Yes, inventory. I need to move my keyboard. I need to think about my posture. Inventory. And what else would we need? Inventory. And I would probably include it here. I was thinking include it in the player, but the inventory should always be accessible. Even if the player is maybe not there on the screen. We probably have end up with just an event sheet with all kinds of functions. Item pickups. ES item. Item or items? You know what? Let's remove that. I hope the bleeping sound of Windows is not too loud. I am not sure if I can change that. So we got like the map, we got like the layout. It's fine. Good. Let's build something really simple. No, don't say that's simple. I just want to build something like basic, like pick up an item. And an item, guess what? It's gonna be 16 by 16. We're gonna stick to the 16 by 16 grid. Lovely purple box. Let's call this an item. And I'm not gonna say... No, not ES. Let's just call this an item. Item CB. An item might... would I have... No, yes. We will have multiple items. See, that's the thing. My tendency is already like overthinking it and like we're gonna have multiple items. But are we gonna build singular items or just like have one singular item and say this item is this item, spawn this sprite on this item. If you get what I mean. And I will show what I mean. What I'm gonna build now. Just to get in the flow. Just get in the flow. We got the inventory. Let's place it in the inventory first. Player. You can also make groups, by the way, in Construct. But I discovered a little thing. If you make too many groups, that also will ask like performance. Like CPU usage. I will get to the items. It's very nice to actually capture the monitor so that you can see everything. But the nice thing with Construct is like this debugging. And here you can see like, okay, we have 3 objects. It's 144 frames because I'm working on a 144 Hz screen. It's just one CPU. It's like nothing is going on. And you do get like a profile. That's why you want to build, or that's why we also build like the different event sheets, because here we can keep track of like, okay, ES main takes up 0.1% of like the CPU. The engine is using something. The draw calls will be used when we add sprites and animations and all that stuff. We're not gonna fuck around with simulation unless we might do something like a fancy particle stuff, but probably not. But this way you could just see like, okay, this is, if this was gonna say like, okay, 10% to me, oh, okay, why is it 10%? Like, why is it using that much? But it's important to keep track of that. And why is it using 1 or 0.1 right now? This one is using a little bit because it's including like the ES player, but it's showing that because it's actually checking, hey, is the key down? Is this down? Is this down? Is this down? Is this being called? That's because of the 1 or 0.1%. It's not a lot, but it's good. It's good to keep track of that. So player, let's make something in a player event sheet, and that's actually our collision box. When it has collision with another object. And here's the thing. We made the list and we said like, hey, there's a singular object that you can only pick up once, and you have items that could be picked up like multiple times over, something like a currency or whatever. It would probably be best to make an items family. Like, hey, a family of items, like within this family we got all kinds of different items that react differently based on the collision that we have. And why would I call it a family? Because that's how Construct calls it. You can make a family unless you say you have different types of enemies. Like the enemies all could belong in a family. And the enemies might have like a standard, like those have like things that they all have, like health, damage, walk speed. They all share a certain value or like a thing, and they might have like different things, but they all belong within that enemy family, and also probably with the items. So let's make a family for the items. It's probably a little bit weird because we only have like the item CB, or we might make other collision boxes for other items. Let's just do this right now. Let's call it fam item, or items later on. Right now, fam item. So what we could do, player CB has collision with another item, and see here we could say like fam items, or where is the or we could say is item CB. But here's the nice thing: if you say, hey, has the collision with another object, and is it something that is within a family, then do this. And we know like, hey, when you have like a collision with an item, you will probably pick it up, unless it's a bad item, but still something needs to happen. Ooh. The nice thing about putting it in a family is we probably want to say what item it actually is. So let's make a text and say call it type. Maybe it's good to tell that how I do this is just from experience, like on how I build other prototypes. There are probably other ways to do it as well. Almost want to say like, hey, no backseating. I don't want any backseating during game development. But okay. Player, we're gonna move to the item. We're gonna pick it up. Maybe it's gonna be a key. Let's do this. Key and health. And it's just a collision box. It doesn't matter like how they look like. We now let's place these a little bit like closer. So we got a key, or we got health. When we have the player on collision with family items, something needs to happen. And we're gonna build we're gonna call a function. And are we gonna call it item interaction, maybe? Item pickup, item, let's call it item interaction. is that I could also call it just item, the function item. Could also be item pickup. Now this is the tricky part, because you also get specific items that you can use. Let's say you got a bow. Do you also call the function item interaction where also the item pickup is located at? And is that gonna be confusing when you call it item interaction because the other maybe is item use? For now it's fine. We can always rename it. Item pickup. I like to use lowercase with the functions, but that's not what you actually should do, I think. When we have collision with the items, we call item pickup. We call a function called item, and it's pickup. And for now, I'm just gonna build it here just for ease. So we need a function item, and then a function compare parameter, and then we're gonna do pickup, or make the distinction between equippable items and usable items. Very good one. Yes. Yes. There, I will probably stick with like the Zelda, that you have like item 1 and 2, like a primary, secondary, and keep track of that. Like in some way, does it work with subfamilies or something? We could make. See, we call it like a type now. This is like the health type. Maybe that's a little bit like the resolution is a little bit low, but I can't make it better. We could say this is an equippable item, or this is a usable item, or something else. We could call it a different type of item. We're gonna build a basic, and then from there on review like, hey, does this actually work? Chances are we will rewrite this, do this over, but the nice thing is if you build like the functions, it will be easier to change stuff like on the go. Like this is gonna cause some, not problems, but it's probably not gonna be very friendly to look at later when you have like a ton of code like running. For testing now, we got the health and the like a key, health key. So pick up. What we could do for now, we could also do this differently. And there's so many ways. We could also, I think this is good. This is what I want during a stream. We could also do, see, I love this stuff. I love this stuff. Because we do player collision with an item and we pick up the item, the player is picking up the item. So we could also call a function called player action, and an item pick, like have a sub param called item pickup, and then from there actually call a new function to pick up the item. It's a little bit like a reroute, but it might have some, it might work out like better, but again, we can change it later. Item pickup, and from here we could just item pickup, and what we're gonna do is actually do something fancy. We're gonna send some data along, because we're gonna pick up an item and we also need to destroy that item. We're gonna destroy that item within the function. Multiple ways how we could do that, but here it's important, like each thing on the screen has a unique UID. that's displayed here, UID 8, and the other one has a different UID. And we could use that UID to check what item it actually is, like what item are we referring to. This one is 7, this one is 8. If we make more, it gets a different UID, and on the screen it always has this UID. Item pickup UID, we send it along, and then what we could do is, see, let's just show it. If we had disabled this and test this out, let's just test it out if it actually works. Full screen, picked it up, it's picked up. It's not really picked up, but it's just being destroyed. And with the function, and see now, see it's fixed. What we could do, system, and this is an odd one though. But we're gonna do this anyway, this way. How I do it, fem items UID is equal to function.param1. So what we're doing here is item and then the pickup, and we're gonna here we send along the UID of that item is parameter 1. That's a UID of that item, and what we do here is pick. Dus we're selecting from the fem items on the layout by evaluating the UID, and if that's equal to the function param1, so the UID that we send along of the item that we have collision with, and then do something. So we say destroy here, it should work. And what I like to, let's test out if it actually works. And still gets destroyed. And this is gonna be kind of nice though. This setup, I like this setup. What I always like to do is just say like, hey, param1 is item UID. Just to add a little comment so that I know, hey, when we use the item, parameter 0 is probably like the action, like the, hey, what are we doing? It would also be nice if you start out with the UID. Again, that's the action. In this case, we only have like pick up, and then we do this and then destroy. This destroy will probably happen later. So we're picking up health or a key. And now we need to add like a value, change the value later on. Item pickup. So how would we do this? A simple thing. Let me think about this. See, this doesn't feel correct though, but we could compare the type. It depends on like how many items we actually get in the end. Like we haven't determined it yet, and I do want to make it so that it's like, okay. The thing with building systems is, to me, it's always important, like, okay, how can I actually use this? Like, okay, what happens? Like, is this usable for 10 items? Or what if we have like 100 different items? Am I gonna write down like 100 different types of items, like health, key, weapon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Am I gonna do that all? Like, am I gonna get like a whole list here? No, probably not. But I want to make, like, how can I make this very accessible, easy to look at, but also how can I expand upon it? I don't want to overthink it right now, but that's, you know, that's, I do think that's it's a good thing to keep in mind. So here, just to show like how it works, the health and the key. So in this case, the key doesn't, it gets destroyed, but the health doesn't. So that works. But you know, the item should just get destroyed. What we also could do is just do this in the end and destroy it. Destroy. What I do want to do is actually I might make it too complicated right now, but I will also simplify it later on again. It's just important to have this like good to go from the start. See, what I did is actually make a new action, and that's saying, hey, destroy like an item. Destroy and a new idea, so I can just place those here. And here you can already see like how just a simple item pickup, it might be a little bit too complex, but I definitely believe this will help out in the end. So when we pick up an item, something should happen, like it should add that value to a thing, and then after it had done that, it should destroy that item. So it calls this. So above here, there's gonna be something like, hey, add this to that, because that's held, add key to that, and then destroy and do this. And that should work. So it gets destroyed. The distinction between equippable items and usable items. So what if we could call an item type and just give it a name. You know, like a currency you pick up often, and like the bow you pick up once, or like a heart piece. Maybe that's the type of item, and the health is actually like the name. So let's change that, because that kind of makes more sense to me. How would you consumable? Would that be a consumable or like an active or like a passive? Collect. Don't want to overthink it there again, but equippable items or usable. Maybe differentiate it right now, just single, multiple? No, that's a bad way. Active, inactive? No. Passive? What would be like a good type name be? I don't think passive is like a good name. Consumable says more like, yeah, you could have something in your inventory that's also consumable. Active, inactive, no. Passive, passive, like something in the inventory is passive, and if it's active, you use it right away. Collectible, everything is collectible. I'm overthinking this. Let's just single, multiple. No. Fuck. That's a tricky one. Like, how would you call like an item that's reoccurring? You know, like currency. Or how would you call the bow? What type of item is that? An inventory item. You store it. The currency should just be picked up. You don't necessarily store that in inventory. You store it in like an inventory, but it's just something that, you know, shows up on like the UI. You know, it's just like it's a number value, It's not. It's a number value, and the other one, do you have it, yes or no? And that could also just be shown by that could also be a number value. Um, Equippable. Let's just use the equippable and usable. Equippable. Let's just use that right now. But the thing is, an equippable item is also usable. Equip. And let's have the other one called usable. Usable. We can change this later. A key. There's probably more keys unless you make like a very distinct, like a single dungeon key. Let's call. You don't equip a key, idiot. I already don't like the names. Types, and let's call this a key. Let's call this I had health. See, and the thing with the name like the health, there's probably chances are like there's gonna be like different kind of like health pickups, or we wouldn't call it like health, but something else, like potion. If we're gonna stick with something like that, or like in a hard piece. I mean, usable more as it's set number of uses before it's gone. Yeah. Equip, usable. Yeah. Let's call this just bow, but also I don't want this though. Let's clone this object and let's give it a different color. Man, the name is actually important. Active. Could you use like active and passive? Like a passive item. Maybe that's correct. Like an active item is something that you could equip, and a passive item is just something that you pick up but you don't actually interact with anymore. It just does a thing. It has like a singular use. It does a thing. You collect it and that's it. And the active item is something that you might equip, that you use, or that you do something with. Might change that later, but let's just say for now like an active and passive. And then we could also have like, yeah, like a single use and multi-purpose. So I could say like single, multi, active, passive, consumable, something like that. For now, I think the active or passive or single or multi is like the way to go. So then we need to, like a key would be, a key. I'm not gonna fuck around with the key. Let's just call this a bow. It's a type of like it's an active item. It's a bow. That's not the way to go. And this is just a passive. And this one should be passive as well. Passive and active. Ooh, see, it's already bad when you have to add a combat or a comment to say an active equipable equip now. items that you can pick up. Yeah, yes, idiot. Let's say items that you can. I will write the comments later. Maybe that's something that I would do just like off stream. But I think it's good to have like different type of items, and I could see something like a consumable, like something that you just use like from the get-go. Why do I want to do this? Is because I want to make it a little bit more complicated again. Because what we could do is like pick up and then actually see, we check like if it's an active or like a passive. Let's just make a new function. Item active. This is, I will change this, but otherwise I will think too much about it. You got the active and you got like a passive item, and then from here I will just make the list like, oh, is it the potion? How did I end up calling it? It's a potion of like a key. And now we can just like make a whole list of items, and then it's kind of like, okay, what happens when you actually do that? So from here, so it's kind of like a couple like steps that you do, which in the end will help out with making it more like expandable, I hope. Call function, because it's an item active, and then you just send along like the fam item dot name, and then it says like, hey, what to do. Passive. There you go. What we're gonna do, so if you pick up an item active, it will call function item active and just send along like the name of the item, and then it will also destroy the item within this function. Could also be done there, but I kind of like just having the idea of like having a whole list down the tree. See, the nice thing is like I quickly cloned this item, like item CB1. Here's a 2, and those are both now in this family of items. So that means when we have like a collision with the family items, it doesn't matter like if it's like this one or this one. It will just call this function right here, and then you know, because it's all part of like the family items, and that's kind of nice. Like it's that's kind of nice. Item pickup. What we could do is let's use a dictionary. I'm already like doing things that I wasn't actually like planning on doing. I thought like maybe mess around with the like the map transition first, but this is a good way to actually start. But the dictionary is a way to store data. You could do that like in multiple ways. See, within Construct, of course, you have like global variables, like hey, that says like, hey, you could do this, like hey, potion, and like the amount of potions. But that's kind of like a crazy way to do it. Because again, if you have like 100 items and you need to make like global variables for all those items, that's not good. That's not good. What's important though is maybe have like a global variable for like the game state, just to say like, hey, the game is like paused or not. We might use it later. But let's use a dictionary. I already made like 2 dictionaries. Let's just remove one. And let's rename this dictionary to dictionary inventory. And the dictionary is just, how would I describe it? It's a way to store data within a key. It's somewhat similar to like an array, but at the same time, it's not. Let's just show what it actually does. What I'm gonna do first, though, is that on the start of layout, it's gonna call a function again. We're building so many functions. Inventory. I always forget is if initialize is what a Z. Let's just say it is. We're gonna call a function inventory and initialize, and that's basically to check if there's like a dictionary. Inventory event sheet is here. Now we call this function, and then this got this parameter, and we could also call it ini. Could also do that, but I kind of like initialize, just say there, just to put it there. And what we need to do, we need to build like the dictionary. Like we need to say like, hey, these keys are in here. We could also build or like create those keys like on the fly. But it might be kind of nice to preset those so that we can actually put in like the values from the beginning. And with that, I will show you what I mean. I will show you what I mean with that. So the dictionary, we could check, hey, is it empty? If it is empty, then do something like for now, let's use inventory and then build the inventory. So hey, it's empty, there's nothing there, so let's build it. And then on that function of like, hey, when you need to build it, it's empty, so build it. Like, hey, idiot, you forgot something, build it. And then what you could do is add keys or set keys. Set keys is for keys that are already there. We're just gonna build a couple keys in the inventory. I don't think I want like my health on the inventory though. We could do that. It's probably not like the smartest thing to have like the health on an inventory, but let's just do it for now. At least have like a key, like an inventory key. So let's call it key and the value is 0. We could change this later if you have like different kind of keys, like gold keys, silver keys, skeleton keys. I don't fucking know. What was this item? Like a bow. Like, do you have like a bow? And for now, we call it actually like a potion. So we didn't actually do anything with the health. The potion is just a potion. So let's say you can collect potions. So the inventory is a variable that contains key value pairs. Yeah, so it's kind of like a variable. Yes, it's kind of like a global variable. You could look at it like that. You just have a key that's like the identifier, and then we can check like, hey, potion, what kind of value is in there? And that value could be a string or a integer. It could be, yeah, it could be like a whole text. A dictionary could even hold like all the data of like it could contain like a lot of data. And a dictionary is very nice to use. And and I will show that right now. So yeah, it contains like a string or like a number value. And the nice thing of like a dictionary is easy to store in. It's easy to store like in a save file. If you were to make like a save file, a dictionary is kind of easy because you can export it like as a JSON type of deal. It's easy to work with instead of like global variables. Global variables are important, but I think if you start using that, you know, let's just show. Because we do have this stuff, and we're gonna move this stuff from the items. I'm gonna no, let's move that there. So we moved all the like the inventory stuff, the item stuff to inventory. I will probably make like a new event sheet called item, something like that, and have like the inventory separate from this. But now let's just work from here. Let's move this to the top, because this is what happens. And then you go there. Let's do this. Here's right. Let's see if this works. I hope it works, and I will show you why storing it in a dictionary is kind of like a nice way to do it. And now maybe we see like the added benefit of like having done this. When we pick up an item, let's go over it. It checks the item. It checks if it's active or passive. If it's passive or active, it calls like a function that's here, item passive, and it will just send out the name of the item that you picked up. Just the name. And the name is here for, in this case with this item, it's a bow. So that's the active dough, or it's like the key or the potion. And here's the nice thing. I'm gonna show the bad way that I actually showed before. Now I have a global variable called potion, and we could say, hey, when we pick up the potion, add to potion 1. You know, that works, and we can actually test it out if that works. So let's just test it out. Let's have this and then do this, because we do see like here on the debug the global variable here, potion, and let's move. Well, let's just do this. There you go. Let's keep track of this one. Let's do the I and keep watch, potion 1. And then when we move over it, it says 1, right? Games, love it. But then you would have to make like a global number for every item that there is. Like this works, but is that kind of, if you have like a very small game and just like 10 items, even with 10 I would say no, don't. If you have just one item, or just like an high score, you know, that's it. Don't fuck around with the dictionary. You know, use the global number. You only have one number, so don't make it too complicated, right? If you remove this one, let's save. By the way, what we can do now, add action, the dictionary, set the key, and now we could say set the key potion to the inventory, get key potion, and we just to make sure we're gonna change that into an integer. I hope this works. Again, it's been a while since I fucked around with this. So with this line, we're gonna set the potion key to the value that's in there plus 1. We're gonna get the value and then actually add 1. So we get like, if we have 30, we get 31 instead of that it constantly sets. You can't like add value because there's just it doesn't work like the global variable. So let's test this out again. And now we might see in the dictionary, we have these keys. We have these keys right there because we call like the initialize in the beginning on the start of the layout. And initialize is like, hey, make these, add these keys with a value of 0. And then hopefully when we pick up the potion, it will add 1. But now the inventory must have a list of every item, doesn't it? Yes, but at some point you need a list of all the items. We could change that as well, that we actually don't have to do that. We could do that. I will actually show. For now, I just added it just to show it, but we actually don't have to do that. We actually don't have to make the list. We could also build the list just, yeah, like whenever we pick up an item and then just add it. So let's just add a couple potions and then it should work as well. Let's just press the I and then check this. Now we have 1, 2, 3, and now we have 3 potions. There we go. Lovely. Now here comes something like check if there's an item with a name in the inventory or and either increment it or add new item. Yes. We're gonna build something that's actually maybe even better. We could do add key and just do this, and now we actually don't even have to do this anymore, like the initialize. And the initialize would be maybe useful for later when you have like save states. But now, if we check the dictionary, it doesn't have anything, and it will just add the potion right there. Instead of set, I did add. Or we're gonna do something else. Let's disable this one. And I kind of like this stuff, like just thinking like, how can I make it easier? Like spend a ton of time on it, and then actually when it works, you're like, oh yeah, this opens up like more possibilities, and or this makes it easier to do more things like later on. I like thinking about that stuff. Spend a lot of time in making it work, and then in the end like have a lot of gains from that system being efficient and making everything easier. The tendency normally is like, don't think too much about it because that will require time and we want to build it, but I will probably I don't want to go too deep in it, but the tricky part is like, if you do it quick, it's quickly done, but then you will probably stumble upon like errors like later on, and that will probably cost more time. And just spend a little more time on thinking about it, making it like this, and then in the end you will gain or reap the benefits. Quick and dirty isn't maintainable indeed, unless it's very like small and it's just easy to change. But with this, you need to think about, like, you already got like, if you look at Zelda, you got the rupees, you got the health. Maybe you get like, you got a different kind of rupees, you got different kind of health that you can pick up, you got all the items that you can pick up, you got the arrows you can pick up, you got the bows you can pick up. So many things to pick up, so it's better to think about this right now. So we're gonna make this a little bit better. Because let's say we have like 100 items. I don't want to make a whole list of 100 items. No, I wanna be lazy. So what we're gonna do is actually add a key that has the name of function param 1, or actually 0, because that's the one that we're sending on, because that's potion. And what we're gonna do is get the key function param 1. Here we're saying get or set the key. Function parameter 1 is potion. In this case, when we pick up a potion, and get that value that with that key name that, you know, that's function parameter 1, because we're sending the name of that item. And now we actually don't have to do anything at all anymore. We don't even have to, we can just like add more items to it. Passive, and call this poo poo. I know, very mature. Now we have potion, potion, potion. Key count 2. Right. That's the. See, there we have poo poo. Key, and that one doesn't work because we don't have that one over there. But now we have a dictionary that contains like the inventory, and it will just add the keys when we pick up an item. Easy. After 2.5 hours, easy. So we can actually remove this stuff, and we could do a similar thing to you know, have just the item active, and we will probably change this later. You might store like items types in a different, like a dictionary, or have something else you know, within that key to like have a better overview, have like different types of inventories. But that's with this way, what we could do is inventory, just for an example, call it inventory 1, and no, it's just a dictionary. Just to showcase it, let's say you have like multiple types of inventory. Here we have this one. We could simply replace this with inventory 1, and now we store those values for the item actives in inventory 1 instead of inventory 0. Let's show it. Bam, those are all stored in there. So we have like inventory 1, that's like the active items, equippable items, it's the bow. And then we have like the key, potion, and poo poo, and the other dictionary inventory. And it's all, I kind of like that idea of having the equippable items in a different inventory, because that's gonna help out later when we actually build like an inventory. Because maybe we want to build that inventory dynamically based on the dictionary. And a key is maybe not an equipable item, but just something that you see in our UI. So let's leave it as this. 0 and 1, we're not going to keep like that naming convention, because we're probably gonna change this. And now, like this function, like what's the function of this function now? You could also just do, no, let's leave it as is. It's a little bit too much to just call function to simply do this, because you could do it like over here. But yeah, let's leave it as is. It's fine. And what we're gonna do, we call this function, but I'm just gonna, now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna disable that. I'm just gonna remove these, because we probably have to build something later on when we deal with like save states. So we do have like the item pickups. Like items, they will there we go, nice and tidy. Items are gonna be, what am I gonna say, at some point we also need to store data about those items, like what they actually do. I'm not gonna like now we're getting like the value of a key. We do +1, right? But what if we have like bombs and you got like a cluster of bombs, you get like 5. Now this system works because we do just +1, but if you get like bombs and it's +5, at some point we will build something like that that actually contains the data, like okay, a bomb item has a value or gives 5 and is this type of item and is that type of item and is equipable, yes or no. We will build something that like that later on, and I know how to build it, but we're not gonna mess around with that right now. But that stuff, what we have here, will be usable for that, like how you would do that. There's also like this whole stuff that we need to, like items need to be destroyed. Like there's maybe some items would have like a cooldown item or like a certain time when they will get destroyed if you don't pick them up, and also that stuff should be like stored somewhere, like which item does it is being destroyed after a while and which item will stay there. Like you don't want keys to be destroyed, right? Those are the items. Do I have some time for like to do like another little thing? The tricky part is like the transition to like a different layout. How the fuck am I gonna do that? Because that's gonna be like the are we gonna build like, I still don't know. Let's show. Where's my mouse, man? I love my mouse. Let's see. Is my mouse here? Yeah. So when you look at this, if we, I don't know if I'm gonna do with the single screen, especially not with a hub. It might be nice to have more something like Link to the Past style, like Overworld, Link to the Past, where Link to the Past doesn't have like single screen, right? It I need to check a video. No, it's like you get multiple like screens, like it's like an area. You got more like areas. I think I'm gonna go for that, like having multiple areas. But still, we need to keep track of like, hey, when you move away from a screen, like an item or like enemies, do they get destroyed? We need to make an area transition. Let's call that like let's call the screen that we have right now just an area, and we need to make something that makes us go like to a new area. And we should be able to move between those areas, and if there's like an item that's like key, should always be there unless we have picked it up. Like that's yeah, the area transition is important, but also you know, based on the items, because we worked on it, that's also something to figure out, like on how to tackle that. We need to store somewhere that we picked up an item, and it should actually destroy that item when we load in that area, so that you can't pick it up again, because that would look silly. So the area transition, that's not like a very difficult thing to do right now. What is gonna be difficult though, and that's like the big question. We need to make a decision on that, and it's no, we don't actually have to do that. Okay, I'm gonna let's see if I can draw it a little bit. Just a quick draw. because I need to think about something. And move. Okay. There you go. Me drawing. What was I gonna draw? What is important? Let's say you have like this hub area, just called hub, and that's just a single screen that we have right now. And let's say you have like an area 1 and area 2. We will probably, it would be kind of cool, like you could have like a single access point to area 1 and that's it. Like you can move back and forth between it. It's just like a single, and then it's just like a let's say a bridge or a cave that you enter, and then you go to area 1. But what if, let's say you got area 2, you got like multiple ways to enter it from the hub. Like you got one way and the other way, and for example in Metroid Dread, like how like an area is kind of like divided in like two pieces. So you got like let's just say like, okay, area 1 and 2 is like divided in this way. That's kind of nice. Why am I talking about this? Because we need to build something that says like when we touch this or we go to this layout, and when we load in this layout, we need to go to this location. Like either go, when we go from here or here, we need to know this one moves to this one and this one moves to this one. So we need to connect. We need to store some data somewhere that says like, hey, this point here, this collision box that loads up a new area is connected to that thing over there. Because what we don't want is, for example, if we go in here and the game suddenly decides to move us there or in the middle of the stage. So we need to do that. So we need to take into account that there are just multiple exits, multiple ways to enter an area, because we might want to do that. Like I said, like Zelda style, but you know, we'll probably change it up a little bit like later on. You know, either way, we need this also just for like the singular way to do it, right? Just say, hey, this is connected to that. Area 1, 2, 3, and then it's area 1. So we have a number and either entry number, or we could just call it doors. And for dungeons, we could just call it dungeon 1, and then maybe entry and then also number. So D number and then E number. To use as a code, like where do you actually go to, and we can store that as well in, for example, a dictionary or a JSON file. Important to know. So let's briefly show that. Let's make a start if people want to see that. Just like a simple setup, and then you know, for the next time we can expand upon it. I hope people are enjoying this. I'm kind of enjoying this. Maybe it takes a long time, but hey, that's game development. Where's my mouse? I have 3 monitors right now on, and the other monitor is like down there. That's my drawing tablet, and I keep losing my mouse. I need to move my here's a monitor. There's one in there. So I need to move my mouse like in a loop. Meg, you're enjoying it? Good to hear. I am glad that everything is a little bit like working with the monitor capture. Because yeah, it's tricky. Like there's nothing strange on my PC. Jin Weirdo, you usually upload your videos. Will you upload this one? I will upload this one to YouTube. Yes. If that is what you mean, to the YouTubes. I will upload all. I upload everything, even if it's the bad stream. Yes. Even if I upload everything, even if it's bad. I think there's one single stream that I uploaded it, but never made public because it was just absolutely terrible. So now we see this is not like good, like calling this layout main game. So let's call, see that's a bug where the game or the program slows down. It's very annoying and I just need to like wiggle around and then activate it again. So let's just call this game hub or area 1, area 0. Let's call this area 0 and duplicate this, called area 2. Now there's a bit of a problem with having done this, like the player is there. We probably have to make like a spawn point for a player, and I love that shit. Like you need to keep thinking like, well, no, I can just simply play like the player here. No, there needs to be a spawn point that actually says like, hey, the player spawns here. Because that's important for like when we go to the other area. The other area looks the same. So what we're gonna do is, let's make this. Oh, that's too bright. Would be nice to just have like a text, like a deeper text that shows like, hey, this is the area. Are we gonna make a debug text? I'm gonna remove some of the items. The poo-poo will live on. There's a passive poo-poo on here. What we need to do is remove this one, because this is area 2, and yeah, let's make a like a UI thingy, and layer top called UI, and this is just area 1, and make this global. And the global thing will just because we called it the UI, and we'll probably rename the UI thing again, because you got the UI probably on the menu as well, or the inventory. No, it's fine. It's fine. Let's just call it UI now. We made the UI global because when we add a text, and let's use a sprite font that just looks like this. It's more pixel like, and the UI, what is important is that we disable like the parallax. Parallax is like, it doesn't move, nothing moves right now, but that just makes sure that the UI is always just like, okay, it's there. Even if the camera moves, it's always like in the bottom left. We might move it. I would feel comfortable more with the UI stuff to be up there. And this is just to let's just call this debug text. I will change this. I have some own sprite fonts that I like to use, but I will do that later. What's important though is we got area 1, and I do think when we test it out, when we go here, it should show the text on here as well, because we made it global. The text will also be on that layout because we set it to global. That means when we add something to the UI, we change it here in area 0 because this is the original layout. And when we add something like hey, coins or items that we picked up, like all the UI stuff, we just do that in a single screen. So with that said, it would be actually better to make a layout for the that's called the UI, and that solely has like the UI stuff on there just for visibility and accessibility. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just build it. Well, we might add an event sheet for the UI, but not right now. Layout, game UI. Don't like the name. It's just for now. Layout size. Gonna change this one up. There you go. And might call this one UI because that one is global. And what I'm gonna do is remove this one. Turn this one to no. This is just gonna help us out in the end when we actually oh, now I need to do the grid stuff again. Oh my. I don't know why this is happening to me with the grid stuff. Like sometimes it just does it. I don't know if I need to press enter or just click away. Just need to press 1, enter, click. Nope. Do this. Enter 8, enter, and it's gone. Without enter. Fill out boat. Nope. There's see that why is it saying 8? Why are you? Oh, maybe that's it. Show grid, and then it actually does it. There you go. We need the grid. The grid is holy. So now we just make this one global, and we just have. Let's change the color of this one. Okay, great. Doesn't matter. So this is just usable for like the UI that we use in the game. So let's make this 0, 0. We do need to have like a UI thingy on here. Well, we could just lock it and we don't have to deal with it. So all the areas need to have like the UI layer, but we simply change this in here, if that's correct. So if I press play here, it shows that one. Because that's gray, and I need to make this transparent. And go here, press play. There you go. And then in area 2, it should also show the UI. Just a little thing. It's all good. Let's move. Let's close the debug. What were we doing again? Moving between like the areas. Just a small little thing, and then you know it's like a 4 hours later. I'm an idiot. No, I'm not an idiot. But let's call this area 1. I like to start with 0. Please, people, let's start with 0. 0 is the hub. Is the main center piece, and then area 1, 2, 3, and maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Yes. Main game. Let's go here. We will probably do the let's add a new folder. Let's call that system. I kind of like the making a folder with system with all the stuff that's kind of like from console itself, like the browser and all the stuff that I added. Let's add another one, like a subfolder for the dictionary. I just kind of like doing this. And let's just call another folder for the fonts. It's always good to just do that from the get-go, right? We'll probably change like a lot of stuff, but just like have a clear overview of what we have right now. I could also already like make a one for array because we needed that one later. Let's make a folder called game, and then within that folder, maybe make something that's called simply triggers. And insert a new object. What I want is oh yep. What I want is a sprite, and I could also do this differently. Could also use like the titleable one. Would it be better to do it like that? Let's cancel this one. I will show. These are sprites, and you do have like a different object that's called. Would I normally use like a 9 patch? Maybe, but we will probably use a sprite. But I will just show what the deal is with this one. What if I make it purple, and let's make it also 16 by 16, and it will fuck this all up. Let's draw in a little bit. There you go. The 9 patch looks a little bit weird. You see these colors or corners, but the nice thing is what the 9 patch is like how you could please work. Do I need to make it 4 by 4? Yeah. So with this, like you can just make a shape that's like bigger or smaller. And why would you want that? Like maybe we make something that's kind of like a collision trigger ass thing. Like, hey, when you touch this as a player, this happens. And we need that for like the level transition, right? Like when you touch a thing, that determines like, hey, when you're here, you're probably gonna go there and then do this thing. And we could use like a single sprite because you can just enlarge the sprite as well. It's maybe a kind of like an odd thing. It just doesn't look that nice when you have to change stuff. It's a minor thing. Is there a drawback on using this one? There is one though. Like I used like the 9 tab before. The 9 patch. I'm gonna delete it because my memory is that I actually dealt with some issues with that sprite before. So we're gonna, for now, we're just gonna do this. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Nope. I didn't want to. Let's just have this box. The sprite. Let's call it trigger area transition. Let's place it there. So we have 2 of them. You know, those are probably normally placed, you know, at another location. But are we gonna make a family for this? No, there will be multiple area transitions, but you will only touch one. Yes, let's just keep. There will be multiple kind of transitions though, or multiple triggers. Yes, let's make a family. Because we might have like multiple kind of triggers. We will probably not do it, but maybe triggers that are you know, for the game system, like cutscene, certain sounds, something that happens. Although I think like an area transition is kind of like a different kind of trigger type, so it might not be smart to call it like that. But for now, just let's just make the family. Don't. It's in there, and now we could instance variable. We do the same type, the thing again, like type, and then have a text. And we can always remove it and then add it. I think for the area transition, it doesn't have to be that complicated. I'm gonna walk back. I'm gonna remove it. It's done. Is it done though? Because I want to add a variable to the area transition, like, hey, where are you gonna go to? Like the thing that I said with the codes, like the dungeon, or are you gonna go to an area? So that means there needs to be a different kind of field on it, like a variable on the family that has more detail on it. So we could place that in the name. We could place it in the name. It's done. It's fixed. That's a sloppy that's a sloppy way to do it. Let's just call it name. It's probably not good. It's probably not gonna work out. Right. Area name. Area name. If you do that, yeah. Well, that could be. Let's call it like area. Now we have area 1. Like do it 1, and then exit or enter 1. Maybe stick with that code for now. Just we have this one, and then I both already have this, and this is area 1, and then enter or exit 2. And then what we do want on area 1 is have the same triggers again, I guess, that has... Nope, already making boo-boo. Because the name needs to be... Nope. I'm gonna remove this whole thing. In my mind, it's not working. It's not working. Welcome to game development. Instance variable. I'm just gonna not make a family, so we don't have to deal with the type. And then what we do need though is we need to give it a name, and we need to location 2 or location destination. And that needs to be a text again. Like the name is the destination. That's this destination, but the trigger will say this goes to that destination. If that makes sense. So the name is actually this area, and either 1, and then no. And this is probably something that I would probably build this like later on in also like a JSON file where it just says like, hey, these are all the area transitions, like the triggers to transition to a different area, and this one with this name will go to this, instead of having to do it like in here. In a JSON file, that would be just like a text editor and change it from there. Similar as what I was saying with the like the items. But that's something a little bit too complicated for right now to delve into, and I will probably set it up off stream and then show it later. It's just gonna be easier to edit stuff, to add more stuff to it later instead of like having to do this. Because just imagine, let's say even with 4 or 5 areas, and you also have like the dungeon, so you have like 10 areas. If you just want to change something, you need to go to the layout, you need to change that, and also have to change it on the other end as well. And it should be like in just like a list, and from that list you can easily edit it and tweak it. Yes. Because this is prone to error. Like have a typo in here, and in the list it's easier to check. Because this should be to maybe 1. That would be like kind of obvious. But this one should be to 2, and this is the number 2. Like that's already like a little bit like it's just 2 of them, but to me, I just want to give them a tag. Maybe that's what you want to do. Give it a tag. The name, that's this one. In the text file it says this one goes to there. Easy. Let's copy these 2, and then have these 2 here. And I know. Let's just have one in the corner here. And this is, I think, the final thing that I will do, because it will probably take a while to actually set this up as well. Because here's the weird thing. We're having done this. Now I also need to do it from this. This is annoying. This is totally not easy to use. This should be like here, and this should be here. Right now, that needs to be in a text file. That needs to go. Not gonna do that right now. So we got those points set up, and now it's gonna be very easy. Player. We're gonna do the collision again with the object. Game trigger area transition. Like the thing is, what you wanna make in the end is probably that you have like this fade in of like a black screen, maybe a short loading screen. That's definitely something that you want, or at least show the player like, hey, you're leaving this area. Give the player like a little bit of time to think about it. Like there's not gonna be any loading at all with how things are set up. It's just gonna be instant. But you know, like have a little bit of like a fade in and then a fade out once you get to the new layout. That's something that we will build later. First, it's about this and making sure that this works, but it needs to be on a certain timer though. And also the game state needs to change from active game, or the game state is game, to loading area. And we need to, there are just a lot of things that we need to deal with this thing. I could do it now as well, but it's gonna take time. For example, you want to disable the controls. You want to disable a function because the player shouldn't be able to move once the loading starts. You shouldn't be able to pick up any objects because that might cause like weird issues. Enemies shouldn't be able to attack you anymore, so the enemy should also pause while you go to a new area. It could be in an instant, but that would feel very weird and janky. But for now, let's have an instant one on collision with area transition. You know what? Function load area. And already this is already like not working, because it could also be load dungeon. But we might no, this works because this is for the sprite for a area transition. And let's just trigger a destination. Right. Load area, and then we send along the destination that we have to go to. This is poop poop. Because we don't have like the area itself, like the layout. And that should be something that should be apparent from the code. That's poo poo. How to easily fix that? Multiple ways to fix that. Let's just build the function first. Load area, and this one is rather simple. For now, here I would actually initialize the loading. And I would entail like creating like the fade in and doing all the stuff that I just mentioned. So hey, let's do this, and then actually there will probably be a trigger that says like, hey, start or like load, you know. Load area, and then for now this is kind of weird saying like load in this one. So I do this now and then remove this, and then from here what we are able to say is go to a layout. You know, we got these layouts: area 0, area 1, and game UI. This will just show all that stuff, but we can do that because that's just how would I say, like hard coded, like area 0 or 1. Then we need to check first like, hey, the destination, what's the destination, like the whole list. So what we're gonna do is actually go to a layout by name, and we need to enter this area by name. But then we do have like the problem with the destination. Like the destination, we could have used this name because we're sending that one, but this area 1 is not called A1E1. It's called area 1. So we could make a new we can change this. We can change this up. We can we could also say text destination area and destination point. And now we might actually, well, we wouldn't even have to do like E1. We could say 1. That might fuck everything up. Like on like how you would look at it. Like I kind of like have to like the E1. Well, let's do this for now. That also means that we need to change it up for these as well, and then simply 2. Can take this. This is more easier. And that one should change as well, because that should be point. And that's no. We will change this later. 0.0, 0.1, 0.0, 0.1. Already making it, and then also not even having tested out if I actually like the layer transition works. Destination point is 0. And then 1. So somewhere we need to store the destination point and the area point for the loading. That's something that we could do in a dictionary, but I kind of feel like we don't have to do that for now. Are we gonna use a global variable? I kind of avoid using those. Game state, destination point. Is it okay to use a local case for a variable? Sure, fuck it. We will do it for now. On collision with this, what we're gonna do, system set value destination point to I will change this later. For now, I will say that I'm gonna say that often. I will change this later. And with that I mean maybe later during this stream or like another one. But I don't like having this one on here. This is just to test out and kind of show like how it could probably work. We're setting the destination point, so that will be stored in a global number because we need that when we go to the other layout. And now we call the load area function with just the no longer with the destination point, but the destination area, because the destination area is just simply the layout name. And now from here we could say load shit. I do need to do this. You could make this stuff here is gonna end up in a dictionary. Yes. I'm just gonna do this again. Compare, pick by, evaluate. What you could also do in construct, and I don't know why I changed it up. Like you could also select the item self and then pick by a UID. That's basically what I'm doing with the evaluate. My experience, and I don't know what my issue was with the other thing. Like you're basically doing the same thing, but I feel like this way always worked a little bit better. We could do this, send the UID, and now we actually don't have to do that right here. And now we could do destination area. Like having this here, it's fucked up. I don't like it at all. Load area, we send along the UID just to check like, hey, which one are we talking about right now? Yeah, the collision with something, and let's check it out. And then you get this, then you get the load, and then from there we actually do load it. Load, and we will send along that one again. It's a little bit convoluted. I think that's how you would say that. Well, like, why wouldn't you just initialize it right now because you don't have to like the fade in and fade out stuff right now. Why would you just say like, hey, go to layout and then that's it? Well, because there's gonna be a fade out. There's gonna be a little bit of a fade in and a fade out. And the problem with a function is I'm sending like something along with it. And if I create something here that makes it so that it has to wait on something, like it's gonna wait on something, and then when that waiting is done, it's actually gonna call this load function. It would have forgotten the UID because it had to wait. Like it now knows the UID, but when you wait and the other thing, so I need to store like the UID somewhere. We'll probably do that in the dictionary or just like a local. You could also do like a local variable, and that could store that. But that's just for now. Let's do it like this. Yes. Yes. Making it way too complicated. But also, this is a tricky thing. The layout where we want to go is simply the destination area variable, because we stored the destination area from the trigger. Like that's like the trigger that we have touched as the destination area, and we set this destination area like that. We would not even have to do that. Well, go to destination area. That's just like, hey, store it and then actually go to it. Now we don't have a player though. That's gonna be interesting. There's a lot of data that we need to store. We need to store like where the player. Let's just see like if this works. The thing that's gonna happen now. We will go to a different layout, but there's no player because we didn't make something that spawns a player, and this player needs to be spawned on that trigger. But also there's a small issue with that. The trigger, because we spawn the player on that, hey, this is where you end up as a player, will have collision with the trigger again, and that would make us go back to the area again, and then the same thing happens again, so we will be stuck in like a loop. And that is not even working. Fantastic. Why? Because area 1, that's how it's called, destination point 1. So that's correct. It should actually go there. I see. I think that's it. Oh, fantastic. There, it loads that other layout, but no player. And now, yes, player. We're gonna make just to show. Yeah, okay. Player spawn. Do I want a capital for the? Have I been using? No. I like lowercase with the parameters. I actually like lowercase with everything. Start with lowercase. I know it's not how you do that with the methods, but I don't know, for readability, I think that's always like a nice thing to do. on function, player, function, spawn. It should also happen with this layout, add layout. Don't add event sheet. Do not delete object layout. See, the problem with construct, or is it the problem? Not necessarily. The problem with construct is that when you spawn an object, that object needs to exist somewhere, and this area needs to be clear of the player sprite. We need to always be spawning the player sprite at the start. So let's just, I gotta make like a player spawn. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, objects need to exist, and the thing is that that's why I made a just a layout where I could place like enemy sprites, player sprites, all the stuff that you need to spawn, but just have that in like a single layout. Or I make multiple layouts where those objects that spawn during the game, just in here, just maybe have like a do not delete enemy layout, and then that's how I tackle that. The object needs to be somewhere. Player. No, let's call this player. No, it's a spawn point. For now, let's call it spawn point. Main game. It's always on start of layout. Let's make something that's something that will be changed later. Ah, there it is again. Compare values. No, that's not gonna work out. How am I gonna spawn a player just once? I could make a spawn point and say like, hey, on start of layout, is this area 0, spawn the player on that point. But if you transition to area 1 and then transition back again, it will say, oh yeah, this is area 0. I will spawn the player on the spawn point, but the player at that point needs to spawn on that destination. So that's not gonna work out. So maybe make a trigger. No, that's also that's really nasty to do it like that. Shit. One thing leads to another. That's to me the fun part, but also kind of like, oh shit, this is something that I need to think about. Could make a spawn point and then it needs to know that the game needs to know that it just loaded in. It just loaded in. It's the first time that you boot it up. And when you boot it up, go to area 0, because that's where the checkpoint is. And it needs to spawn you over there. So we could say maybe like have like a game state called just start. And then from here on, yeah, it's not the best way, but it's probably sort of what we will use. Kind of similar, like a similar setup later. Like, hey, is the game state start or loaded? Is it loaded in? Because based on that, you could check what was the previous area. We need to also keep track of that. For now, start layout. Is the game state start? Yes. Spawn point. spawn another object, player on layer mg image point 0, and then from there maybe something happens like a nice little tune, text for a area name, and stuff happens. After that we will say game start, and then actually enemies and all the logic will happen. For now, spawn player, set the game state to game or active. Let's do active for now. Game state, hey, game is active, and that's it. And now the game will be active from the get-go, so it will no longer hopefully spawn a player when we move across like the areas. And then from there we could also do, yeah, maybe, well, we will probably do this like in a separate function, but game state transition or area transition. We'll probably change this differently, but then you know, the player needs to spawn on the spawn points that you know, the destination point, and from that we need to maybe evaluate or pick by comparison, pick by evaluate, and then trigger point. No, yes, no, it's the point. It's a point is equal to the destination point, and then the player will spawn over there. Let's make, we could also test it out from now. Player spawn, fuck you. System, create object, player mg 0, and then yeah, let's make a function to spawn the player on a specific X and Y position, and I'm gonna send those with the param 1 and 2. If that makes any sense. So here we could call the function no, function I hope this is still if it's still like obvious what I'm trying to do. So here with the game state start, you know, I said there the spawn point, hey, spawn point, spawn player 1 on there, but you know, you need to spawn the player like on multiple occasions, like in maybe different areas. Maybe you got like multiple kind of things where you could spawn as a player by loading the game, by dying, by the area transition, or I don't know, teleportation, whatever. We already say like game state start, spawn a player there, but also game area transition. I was gonna say, hey, trigger area transition, spawn the player there, like on that one. But no, let's just make a single spawn function for the player so that we can actually remove this one, and then we can use the same function for when we have to spawn the player on like an area transition. So the only thing that we need to do is change the spawn point to the area transition so that it gets that X and Y, and then it calls this spawn the player on you know, that location of this object. And we will probably do this like in a function and not just all on start. So that way we could remove this, and then what would you call this? Maybe you have a function. I like functions. Functions are important. I'm just gonna call it game right now. Game initialize again. It's probably gonna change in something like a boot up or set up game, and then do this and move these to here. So it's kind of like nice and tidy. So we have like a load area and a game function. I kind of like having the functions also in a row on, like, okay, this is something that will start in the beginning. That makes it a little bit more visible. And now from there on, we could also expound on it, or you know, change it up a little bit. So we got the player spawn. To me, that's kind of like top level. Player, I will probably make like a player controller event sheet, because the controls, that's a different beast, man. That's you know, we have like a little bit of setup over there, but we need the thing that's gonna make that very complicated is player states. When you're doing something, what you could do something during a specific time. Let's say you have a jump. Could you use a bow during a jump? There's a lot of game states. Let's go over this before we test it, because it might not work anymore. On the start of layout, inventory initialize. Initialize will spawn the player and set the game state to active. That's fine. On collision, it will do that. Set the game state to active. I'm missing a little thing here. On a collision, it will load initialize, and what I need to do is here actually say that the game state is the area transition, and from there this would probably call something in the game function, like with a param, like change area, for example, and then set the state in there, and then that's where we pause like enemies and disable stuff that we shouldn't be able to do while in an area transition, a transition to a new area. Fuck me, man. Stuff is complicated. I like this though. We go into area transition. No. We trigger this. We touch one, and then we set the UID. So we touch it. It says this game state to area transition, because that's what we are starting up. We are transitioning to a new area. It will call the load area load with function 1. It will do this again. It will set the point in the area, and then it will go to the layout. Now we change the layout, and then what happens is it will go, because we go to a new layout, it will do the onstart of layout again. So inventory initialize, we'll probably do some stuff over there. The game will also initialize, so it will do this. It's no longer the start, but it's actually area transition, because that's the game state, and it will trigger. It will pick the transition point. Hopefully that works based on the destination point that we set during this shit. And it will spawn a player there. But what's gonna happen is it's gonna loop. That's my assumption. It's gonna loop because we spawn on the thing and we have like a collision again with that area transition. Let's just show or see if it's actually working. Hey, look, it worked. Like the player spawned on here. Where's my player? It's somewhere. Maybe. Did it do it? Did it do it? Um, the start worked though. Let's do this again and then pull this out. Video games. So we spawn here. That works. Let's see what goes wrong. The game state is active, so that's good. Let's save in here. We do have one player, and then we touch this one. We have 0 players, so it didn't actually trigger the player spawning. It's not like we have spawned like outside of the area. It just didn't spawn us. The game state is area transition. Transition though, maybe there's a typo, but it's not triggering like the player spawning. Could be because of like multiple reasons. Maybe it's too fast, or it's doing that. Spawn area transition X and Y. Area, did I make a typo? Area transition. That's the game state, but this evaluation might not work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna destroy the one. I'm gonna evaluate. With this, I would know, is that point actually being destroyed? And is there something wrong with this function? So when we go here, that point should be destroyed, but the evaluation for that point is not working. So the trigger area point is the same as destination point. The destination point is in there though. Point 1, 0, 0, 1. It goes to area 1, and destination point is 1, and that's 2. Yeah, okay, so that's already destination area 1, destination point 0. That's here, and destination point 0 is here. I don't think that fixed it though, because otherwise we should have spawned on the block on the right. So it's simply not spawning, because it's also not destroying. It's not destroying the trigger. So this evaluation is not correct. So we could do it in a different way, and that's a little bit like too much. What we're gonna, when we go into like a new area, it's gonna check each trigger that's there and compare the point area with the destination point. This will probably this feels like not the way to do it for now. It doesn't even destroy it also with that check. Destination point is 0. It could be that it goes too fast. To test it out, what we could do is wait. Wait is a terrible thing to use, but for now, for testing, it might be what we need though. See, yeah, it worked like that. It waited for a second to spawn us. And here it doesn't do it though. Is it oh, there's no typo in there. destination point. Am I... What if I do this? Do this. It is not destroying like those points. What if I do this? Oh, that worked. But the... Do they both have like point... That's 0.0 and that's 0.1. So why? Let's move this over here. Why is it not destroying it when we do this? I see. Idiot. I love video games. Shit. That's fucked up. Maybe this works now. It was a text instead of a number. It was a string. And both are 1. Yes. That's that one. No, not 13. There's a... Is that the player? There's the player. Let's go from here. Okay. That works now. Let's leave that in there, the wait for now. That's the number. That's correct. 0.1 because that's a number, and we might use the for each to actually check it instead of this one. Although that should also work. See, right now we are on a loop. See the thing, except for the bug that I thought wouldn't happen. It's good that we did the 1 second. So what's happening now is we're stuck on like the triggers. It spawns us on the trigger, and now we immediately like make a collision with the trigger again. So it kind of spawns us back to the other area. So we're like in a loop, and that's kind of like the tricky thing now. Like, how are you gonna deal with the triggers? You could you could spawn a player on an offset, like maybe up or down, left and right, and then so it doesn't spawn on the trigger itself. But that might be a little bit of a hassle, because then you need to for each spawn point you need to make sure that, well, player needs to spawn like 10 pixels up and 20 pixels to the right from this point. I'm more inclined to disable the triggers for, let's say, a certain amount of time at the start of the layout, and then enable them. So every time when you go into a new area, you just have to wait for a little bit if you actually made a mistake, and then go back again, and we can change the time when the triggers are like enabled. And this is only for the triggers that are right here. But you know, I would say like make a trigger for like 5 seconds, and then you know you just have to move away and back again as a player. Maybe that's like the easiest thing to do right now. So disable the triggers at the start of the layout, and then we don't have to deal with that weird thing. That would mean though that the what would that mean? That from a layout, once they're like the triggers could be like a collision to prevent the player from actually moving, but that would mean if we disable the triggers, you know, there could still be collision on there. But I think we will probably like make another collision box around like the layout so that you can go past a collision box and I don't know, walk into the void because nothing is there. That's probably not something that could happen, but have something, you know, yeah. How, that's the final thing that I'm gonna do. Find out like how to disable like the triggers. Could use a timer. I don't like the timers. There's a way to add a behavior to an object and say, hey, here's a timer. Load area. We'll start. Game dim. On start. That's when we initialize the game. That's after 1 second, but we will remove that. We could say just on the start of the layout, because I don't expect on the start of the layout that the player is within reach of a game transition trigger. That would be kind of weird when we design it like that. And then still we can like lower the amount of time like when it's active or not. So the easiest thing would be for each trigger, and there's not gonna be a lot, you know, when you make something like in a hub area, and we're gonna make it simple. I don't think we're gonna make something that you can move from 1 to 2 and from 2 to 3. It's probably just go back and forth between like the hub, because that's why it is in a hub. I don't know. I really want to make it as simple as possible. Why am I saying this? There's just not gonna be like a lot of like area transition triggers like within one area. So let's just do for each area transition. Start a timer. Let's just set this to 5 for now and call it once. No. Area. No, we can call it enable. Enable. And then from here, game triggers. On timer. Enable. Then actually enable it. So we need to have a boolean here. Is enabled. Boolean false. and then game trigger, hang on, set boolean is enabled to true. Yes, it's enabled. And once it's enabled, then we can actually use it. So here we could actually do an extra check. Or no, this is actually what we need to do. On collision with the transition, the area transition, and we need to add like a new, another check to it. We also need to check like, hey, is it enabled? Yes or no. We are only able to use it once it is enabled, and it should always be disabled from the get-go, and that's why it's false. So if we check this is false, this is false. We could also you know, for the game setup, and just to make sure that you know, it's not probably like we forget to set it, we could do something with the game initialize and also do the loop for like, hey, for each one, start the timer and then enable. You know what, fuck it, it's already there. This one is probably something that I would place under the initialize, but I'm not placing it right now because the initialize is wait 1 second, and we'll probably remove that. False. See, every trigger for the transition is already disabled. It's all on false, but just to make sure that we don't make a mistake during the like working on the game, that we set one of the triggers to actually enable in the beginning and then have that error, like that bug. So here we just make sure on start of layout, set all of them on disabled. They are not enabled. It's false. Start the timer to enable them. 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, they're enabled, and that's when we can go and trigger that thing. So let's test it out. It's maybe it works or maybe it doesn't. I don't know, man. Don't ask me. Let's save. So we are spawned. There we go. We can move around. This is a new area. We can pick up poo poo. And then we can go here. And we can actually touch it. Like the 5 seconds is way too long. We spawn. Then we're here. See, there's the item again, poo poo. We need to build something so that we don't pick up too much poo poo. That one. And we spawn there. No. Fucking hell. Assholes. There's no player. Why is there no player? Maybe the point is not set. Destination point 1. This should be point 1. It was looking for point 1 and there was no point 1. This is point 1 and it goes to 1. Let's, for the sake of like how fast everything moves, let's change the duration to 5 and let's have the like the spawn a little bit quicker. We will remove that. Nope, this is a wrong layout. We also need to make a button. Now, there we are. The 0.2, I often use that. When I do need to use a wait, it's kind of like almost instant. So we can move here. There we are as a player. Pick up poo poo. And then we can go here. And then we actually spawn on the other thingy. Down here. Then we move back. And then normally those spawn points are like further away from the things. But yeah, so now that the next thing would be actually to make sure that you can pick up those items again, so you can't do this. But that's kind of like nice. We can keep track of that, and there are some easy ways to do that. We could simply check. Am I gonna do that now? No, we're gonna do that later. It's easy, but there's always more. It's not easy. Never say it's easy. Never say it's easy, because there's always more. we could check the dictionary like, hey, what's the value? Is this key? Because with the way we set it up, we could call during the game initialize. We could check the key and the items, all the items on the stage. Like, hey, is there already a key of this object in a dictionary, or does this key has a value of 0 or 1? If it's 0, we never picked it up. We never picked up like the bow, and then despawn, like delete that item, and that's how you could do that. Yes, that's how you could do that. It's easy. No, it's not easy. Don't say it's easy. Let's turn it off. That's a long stream. 4 hours. Apologies that it took so long to make Zelda. Did I save this? I saved it. I need to save this drawing as well. Save. It's very important to keep track of your notes. That's gonna do it. I hope this is fun. It was quite long, like bad long, or like okay, that's good, but maybe keep it shorter. That's the thing. Like once you're busy, it's like that's the fun part. Like, oh, I could do this a little thing and then add it, and it's before you know, it's kind of like oh, an hour later. I had fun. And that's the important, that I have fun. It was pretty chill. Good. I like doing this. I can lose myself, especially when you see the things starting to move and actually work. That area transition already, that opens up like so many things. Like okay, spawn enemies, do that stuff with the items. That's that system for the area transition. It needs some work, but you know the basic is there, and you could make layouts now and just all the other hubs that you have. I think that was actually a good choice to make like hub areas, or like areas that are connected to an hub instead of like the big overworld. That definitely will make stuff easier. And the thing is, we could now, like an area could be divided like in sections as well, or each area could be a little bit bigger or smaller than the other one, and we're not restricted to that grid layer that we actually had, that Zelda has. So that's good. That's good. I will probably work some more on this like tomorrow during a stream, like chill out. Like as I said, like I feel like I need to be creative, and this is being creative. So actually, it's nice to see that the stream lasted for like 4 hours, because that means that I'm having fun. Yeah, so we'll probably play some more, or not build some more tomorrow. Build some more tomorrow, and then mess around with the items, and then I don't know what else. Now I need to think about, okay, what else do I need to build, which is fun. Thanks all for watching. It's 5:30 p.m. So I'm gonna eat something. Yes, I'm gonna eat something. See you all later. Thanks for watching, and yeah, you know what? If there's like feedback, or if something was not unclear or clear enough, just please let me know. Let me know. Yes, let me know. If there's like any questions about all this stuff, let me know. And again, we're gonna stay to Zelda. Like, use that as a mold. Probably here and there expand upon it a little bit, change it up, make it easier, or make it more adjustable. Probably gonna spend like a month on it, just as long as it's fun, but I'm really gonna limit it on what it's gonna be. It shouldn't be like a massive thing. Just focus. And then from there on, once we're gonna use like the blocks that we use now, and that's gonna be it for now, because that's part of the game. That's prototyping. And maybe, you know, at the end we will make the pixel art for the game, and that's it, you know. But that's later. For now, it's just this. It's just this. Yeah, see you all later, and take care. Have a nice day. Have a nice day. Yes, have a nice day. Bye.